Hello. Hi. Happy Friday. It feels like it's been a whole week or 2 weeks. It feels like it actually feels odd to do this today. I think because excuse me, the last couple of days I've been really I don't know, living. It feels odd to say. I don't know. So much has happened this week. It just feels like Tuesday was a whole week or two ago. So it's crazy. But welcome if you're watching this on replay, as usual. I'll try my best to do the chapters, um, but skip ahead a few minutes. What have I been up to? As people are coming in, I don't even know. Friday, I don't even know if people will be here or not. A lot has happened in the Bleak Lively world. I honestly haven't even. I feel like there's only two major stories, and I haven't kept up with much more else. I actually, to be honest, haven't even seen anything um, until like today. Yesterday, the protective order came. Where was I? I was somewhere yesterday. Was it yesterday? Oh yeah, yeah. I had a meeting, and I think it was like towards the end. I got get the notification. I'm sorry. This will be kind of like a slow. I don't know. Um, Yeah. I'm I'm not like the most wired. It's Friday. It's like wind down and chill. The other part is also I don't know that many people will be here because I think understandably so, especially with a small group of people that follow my channel, watch live, especially not having a thumbnail beforehand and having like a better title. Yeah, that doesn't help. So sorry, that thought just came to mind. I don't know. I've been um got off the track. I was going to say what I've been doing, but yes, the protective order came yesterday. I wasn't home, so it didn't really even cross my mind to go live. And I think I thought, oh, I'll just get to it when I get home. When I got home, if I would tell you just how exhausted I was, I could barely keep my eyes open. And I was so worried about my class last night. I'm not so worried, but worried enough. And I had to finish the play. So we need to read, for one of the instructors, we need to read a play each week. Ideally, one play a week. I struggle reading, period. So for me, it's like an accomplishment that I got like one down. And I read Fences. It's really famous. I forget by who it is, though. The book in the other place. Also, this is not a sponsor, but it looked like perfect. It looks like a sponsor. So I'm like, okay, it's really good. If you want like literally a healthier, organic, whatever version of Cocoa Puffs that tastes exactly like Cocoa Puffs and it behaves exactly like Cocoa Puffs, this one's it. Not sponsored. There's another one. Okay, there's something new that popped up on the court listener. Let's see. But yes, so I think I was worried. I was stressed out. I just wanted to finish. Oh no, I did that Wednesday. But yeah, I finished Fences and I started. Uh, what's the name of it? Jaja. Jaja's African hair braiding, and I like it so much more. I think because it's more contemporary and it was hard to keep up. One, it was my first time reading in a long time, first time reading a play, not ever, but in a very long time, and I haven't read many. It is more well written, not than Jaja's, but like, contemporary stuff is more. simple to understand, simply to read, because it's more like conversation, how we speak. And I feel like back in the day, it was more attention. You wrote differently than you spoke. So, and yeah, it was just I was like, why, by the end of it, why do we need most of the first act? I didn't understand. But maybe because of the historical context, maybe that was what they wanted to give. I don't know. I really, probably a very unpopular opinion based on my instructor's um like reaction when I said that. I really don't get it. But again, that's probably because of my contemporary mind. Hi, Rabia. Hi. Welcome. Um, just catching up on where I've been, because it feels like I need to warm into the Blake Lively stuff. And also, I'm going to talk a little bit. I finished the Meghan, With Love Meghan series. I heard some things, I saw some things that people were saying. I saw some interesting things that no one was really saying, but it popped up on TikTok. I feel like it's just a big pot, pun sort of intended, a big pot of confusion. There's some good, some bad, but it's just a big swirl of stuff when it comes to that one, um, that topic. But yeah, and then my personal favorite, but no one's personal favorite here, is 90 Day Fiance. And I started watching the new one, I think later, like last week, but um, you know, I don't know if everyone's here. No, but I'll wait to make my statement on 90 Days versus Blake, because I feel like, well, I'll just say it. I can never like keep the spoiler. Um, it is not as dramatic as Lively and Baldoni. I am exhausted from the Lively and Baldoni stuff. It is sometimes, I mean, that's also real life, but it's a real life that's edited, and given to us in a like edited format, easy to digest, whatever. Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni or Wayfair is just like, it's happening and it's live and it's crazy and it's getting crazier and crazier. Hugh Jackman's now involved, like it's crazier. Caitlyn, is that the TikToker person? Because I did, so yeah, under the Blake Lively, there's the protective order. I always want to say purchase order because I abbreviated it as PO, and that's more what I'm familiar with PO meaning. And then there's this TikTok thing, which kind of like the with Love Megan thing. I don't even know where to begin with that. I haven't done not even I've done like a light to medium deep dive on that. I haven't watched every one of her videos because as soon as I went to TikTok, I'm like, this feels weird because it's only that. Like, she didn't have a TikTok before. But, you can also say she felt like that, I don't know, inspired or whatever to get her voice out if what she claims happened really happened. But I always kind of am wary of people that didn't have an online presence before. Came out of nowhere, and I was on LC's live earlier, and she was supposed to be there but never showed up. That's what they were talking. I was trying to follow along. That was the first time I heard about it. Was I clicked on LC's? I'm like, oh, because she hasn't done. I hadn't seen it live all week, but the last 2 days I've been kind of under a rock, and I was excited. And then they were talking, and I kind of, went more towards. I joined at the end or like middle of the end, and then I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So I went back, but I'm impatient. So I kept going, like trying to find, like, where is this the whole thing that they were talking about? Did it start somewhere? So I was confused. And I saw Lauren talking about it just before coming on here. Um, the Court of Random Opinion, Lauren. If you don't know, check her out. I like her content style. And then Donna, I saw the video that no one wanted to share because I guess she asked no one to share. As far as the legality, I am confused by that. Elsie and I forget, Maggie, is that her name? They were saying like it's legal because it's public. I mean, technically it's private property, but public, like a restaurant, is kind of public but private. But also, I think there are some, so I don't know. But that's like, I understand if she didn't want to share it. Again, if it's true what she's saying, which Donna believes is true. Lauren seemed, at least I didn't watch her whole video. She seemed like she believed it's true. Bohemian Diva, that was the other one that I watched. She was highly questioning it, and Elsie, and I think Maggie. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't. She's new. I haven't seen her before. They were not believing it, and I was again like I don't know what to believe because all of this stuff. It's also, I think, kind of like when Blake came out with her original complaint. Sometimes, for some people, for me, it's hard for me to believe that people, Blake and her team, meaning, can be so crazy. And just like, well, kind of unlike when Blake came out with the complaint, I felt like, again, she can't be that without, fear to just claim just anything like that. So I believed Blake at the beginning somewhat, not fully, but somewhat, like 30, 40%, 40%. And then I don't believe her for kind of the same reasons. Yeah, Maggie, but different reasons. But I don't know. I don't know. Um, what do you think? I didn't want to go there, but I suspect there was a racial aspect earlier. Oh, interesting. On what? What was kind of I think I'm missing something. Um, yeah, I'm definitely missing. I don't understand that comment, so please elaborate or explain. Um, so yeah, but yeah. Um, to finish up what I've been doing, reading plays, going to class, going to bed before midnight, or at least last night, and then waking up around 8 or 9 for a change, which has been different, but yesterday I was tired. And that's it. I mean, there's some things that are just like personal life stuff. So, but yeah. Oh, it is now live. Oh, this is New York Times stuff on Court Listener. Declaration of Jason Sunshine in opposition. The waging of an alleged smear campaign again or something. What? All right. We'll talk about that. That came out of nowhere. It's like, it's quiet, and then bam, bam, bam. She gave the info video to what content creator but ghosted Elsie and Maggie when she asked to be on their live. Oh, she asked to be on their live and she didn't show up. But, well, I don't know if Donna, I didn't even see, like, did Donna have consent to give her video? That's kind of messed up. That's so messed up if that's true. I mean, any of this, if this is true, is all. I don't know. It's so hard because it's so hard what to believe and what not. And it's kind of that disorientation. I don't think it's created on purpose in this case. Like in politics, I was watching a lot of you know, Instagram things talking about like it's a tactic to disorient. It's kind of like the cat and mouse game almost. Like you disorient your victims, and then they don't even know where to look, and you're just like, oh, well, here you go. I can enter, Trojan horse type of thing. That might not have been intentional, but the optics aren't great. Yeah, I mentioned in the live that it seemed like a distraction. Yeah. And now, like, everyone's talking about this whole CIA PR thing. I think it's blown a little bit out of proportion. Kind of. I mean, not that things have not happened that are pretty big, but I don't know. I feel like even that's like, I don't know, maybe it's just how content creators talk. It's a little too much. When I hear them, like everything is a joke about, oh, it must be the CIA or whatever. Um, but yeah, let me see. And also, Lauren, I didn't see, but maybe I didn't get to that. I didn't see Lauren sharing the video. I just saw her sharing all the videos that this girl has on TikTok, and yeah. But that's also, if that's the case, that's so messed up, because if she reached out to them, like, right? She reached out to them saying, that's what I remember from the live, saying, hey, I have this, but don't share it. And they were trying to, like, maybe also by the way that Maggie was talking, it seemed like they were really, like, pressuring, like, to make sure of the validity and almost, like, not believing her to begin with. And maybe that's also why she pulled away. But I was like, again, I was like, just watching so few things, unfortunately. Um, where is Donna's? Was it yesterday? Was this happening yesterday? What the heck? What the heck is going on? Pulling up to see. Because now I'm curious to see the conversation, because you can also see the conversation. Yeah. No. It's. Oh, wait a minute. This is gone. What the heck? Sorry, I'm gonna share. I'm just looking surprised in my screen. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. So I went to see, because I mean, I really believe that earlier I saw Donna's live video, with Chef, whatever his name is. I even wrote down, like, he seems like a really nice guy, just because that's so rare. I don't know. And what's his name? Chef something. I don't know. What did I even write that? Anyways. And now it's gone. That is odd, because I don't feel like Donna ever did this. So is it gone because she took it down because she showed the video? Or that is odd. That is odd. Wow. That's crazy. I don't even have the link, because maybe it's unlisted only. And I don't even have the link to the video. Huh. That is pretty crazy. It was there. LC Maggie watched it on their live. Donna's? Okay, yeah. Sorry, this is giving me pause. This is really interesting. I don't know what to think of this. I'm sure people would think, oh, the CIA. For me, it's like she took it down because maybe it is illegal what she did. Well, but that video, I don't think that video is illegal. I mean, she barely like shod showed anything. And so, well, to speak to that video, darn it, and I usually like save if something is like, I don't know, this might, go down, this might be taken down. I usually save the YouTube videos, like downloaded. But yeah, I didn't even think about it this one. My thoughts on the video, you can't tell really anything. Definitely, like, I don't know. I can't tell anything. Voice wise, no. And I remember that's what Elsie and Maggie were saying, I think, too. Like, you can't really tell. The music is loud or whatever, like the ambience, the echo, too. I don't know. It's a lot. But boy, if it's really true what she's claiming, that she was basically like really harassed by Blake Lively and her team. The fan shaming, again, this is just so hard to believe. Like, what grown-ups would do that? Even though like we talk what we talk about with Blake, it's just really, 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 really hard for me to imagine that. I must be really like, that person that gives benefit of the doubt too much. That person that believes that humans are ultimately good, because humans are ultimately good, but sometimes it's like that good is so deep down that it takes a miracle to get to. But I still feel like, yeah, like I just find it so hard to believe, especially with the fat shaming part. It's like, who does that? What adults do that? That's so ridiculous. And then that my other part to it was like, because I saw her own videos with all the different screenshots and things. I don't know if I can pull it up. It's always like a pain pulling up TikTok on my screen here, but because I don't like logging in. I have TikTok, but I don't like on my phone, which I use more. I don't like logging in to what do you call it? Yeah, to TikTok because of security stuff. I don't know. Anyways, but he said it's Caitlin, or oh gosh, what's the name, screen name again? I don't know. Anyways, yeah. So she was showing all the people that were seeing her stories. I look at who sees my stories, but I don't have thousands of people, but yeah, I look. Not always, not every story or whatever. Sometimes I look just to see like if it's too many or more than usual, or like not enough. I'm like, oh, who's the one that that is, that likes me? Or if, there's more. Yeah, but again, I have my friends, people that I know usually watch my stories. I did have a weird follower. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Had posted a comment on Popcorn Planet's Instagram because of the whole like boycotting thing, and someone replied to me that, I don't know, basically like we're all ridiculous for boycotting and blah blah blah. And I replied back kind of like I replied to the other people at one point, like the whole idea of what are you doing with your life? It's like, what are you doing with your life? And they must have really got triggered by that, because they like watched my story. So sometimes it's good to watch. I try to block all the bots or like spam accounts. So if you don't have anything, if you're just you have followers and people that follow you, but you have no posts, especially if you don't have uh, like a profile picture, then to me you're spam or bot or something. So yeah, but forget where I was going with that. Oh yeah, so I do watch. Nancy was saying like, who does that? And then it hit me when she said that. It hit me like so many people, all of us. speak to this. And I never wanted to be that person, and I've been guilty since I started doing this, of doing that too. But we are so guilty of saying only through our perspective, and most of the time, within reasonable, you know, accommodation or whatever, like you can't not do that. But I'm talking about when it's really like, what kind of girl hasn't had this happen or done this or whatever. I see this a lot on reality TV shows. I think it was The Bachelor and 90 Day Fiance type of stuff, where they kind of say like, well, that's what girls do or whatever. And I hate genderizing. I don't believe in it. To like, the extent 90 or more extent percent, of what people say. So I think that's where, like, that's what hit me when Elsie said like, oh, who watches stories? I don't watch stories. Even when I had less followers, and I'm like, good for you. But yeah, like, I've watched stories. I don't know, it just hit me like the cautionary tale of whenever we say something, even though it is our opinion, to say our opinion, as much as we can catch ourselves, because it's not everyone. It can feel very isolating. I know I felt back in the day with Lily Singh, Superwoman. I felt I loved her vlogs, but I hated her main channel content because the title was relatable, and the way that she was like saying it or like presenting it, I was like, I can't relate this. This is not what I do on a girls' night out or whatever it is, that. So yeah, like, consistently, it was just completely different than what I was, and it just made me feel kind of isolated and like, oh, I must be weird, or I think I was just more frustrated. Like, you didn't do your homework. You were just speaking from your experience. And that's it. I was searching for something. I don't know. Whatever. It's not important. I was searching for that Instagram thing. But yeah, that's a crazy thing. I think that, as Donna was saying too, boycotting might not even be hugely necessary because it seems like the movie's a flop. And I do have thoughts on that. Um, Literally the first thing that I was going to start with. Let me catch up though. She has to be on their live before they poked holes in her story. She was still supposed to show an even post on IG when she was agreed to be on live. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's one of those where I'm personally going to sit and watch. I need a lot more to happen, and I'm not confident in having even much thought to the story besides what I shared. I I really am 50-50 on this. Right now, I'm leaning towards it's not true, but I also feel like that's probably wrong, because, but to be honest, because, if Donna, although she's biased in her own way, and something that Lauren on her channel with Schnitzel Ninja, that video, they were saying something like they found some little evidence, and it's like, yeah. And Donna, the same thing, that Blake was indeed at that hotel, um, or like in a wig or something like that. And so it's like, oh gosh, I think I just don't want it to be true. I'm not a fan of Blake. You know, it's not like, it's not about that. It's just like, I don't know. It's just crazy. Why are we bullying random people? It sounds probably really harsh and really like, not not very good feeling, kind of disgusting to say. I can understand bullying. It's not right. Want to say that it's not right at all. It's not. I mean, but I understand bullying the people at your level, at your caliber, celebrities with celebrities, it is so wrong. And this is why I'm here and talking and just adding to the voices of, we can't be doing this. This can't be happening with what Blake did with the movie, and to Justin and Jamie and the women, because it's not like she threw two women under the bus in the lawsuit, and apparently more as ADs, because someone came out saying that two sets of ADs were fired and at least one was women, if not all of them. So that's crazy. Um, but yeah, it's, gosh, I don't know. It's so wrong to say this. Just that I cannot sort of understand or feel like they can't protect themselves better, but I don't know. It seems even worse to me if someone's like a celebrity is bullying regular people. I would expect that from YouTubers, because that was in the day. There's plenty of crazy YouTubers out there, YouTubers that had some really sadistic inclinations. But these are like Hollywood celebrities that oftentimes is different. At least like what we have seen of Blake Lively, she's not that, but I guess maybe she is. I don't know. It's just crazy to me that Donna took her live down, or it was taken down. That's pretty crazy. That's freaking crazy. So I guess it must be true. To move on a little bit to, well, I'll get out of the way. Hugh Jackman, he is said that he's part of the deposed people coming up, if when they get to that. The lawyers have kind of turned, lawyers online have sort of turned their tune, saying that this will probably go to court, because I think they were saying, what, 3% of cases go to court or something, maybe 13, I don't know, some small number end up actually going to trial, especially in like celebrity world or, powerful world. Usually people settle, but this one is just a little too, like, they hit the iceberg and can't go back. They're about to hit the iceberg too late. They can't reverse back from it. And so, yeah, Hugh Jackman will be deposed. It was kind of a shock. From what I read, it's more just kind of, yeah, we don't know that something was said, or he did something, or conspirator, no, someone who conspired with them, kind of thing, like what we sort of have seen with Taylor Swift being allegedly kind of conspiring with them to a certain extent. Um, but it's more like, well, he was around and they're really close, and they've been close for a while, so, and he was on the set of the movie of Deadpool, so he might have had some conversations or things that he was told. So that's what I understood from what I read, and what my idea would be too. Um, could be due to lack of credibility. The video is blurry. I don't think Donna. She would have just said, like, she would just have made a video, but she didn't make a video one way or another about it. She has still the video that says, has no one else to. Oh no, that was like about the movie. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. She will mention it in the next one for sure. I doubt Donna, of all people, will be like, nothing happened. What happened? What did you hear? you know? So, yeah, he is Ryan's work hubby, so it's natural he'd be roped in. Yeah. Yeah. I do not believe, just like I don't believe that, Blake and Justin had an affair, or there was anything there. I don't believe that. And I think it's increasingly very clear that, at least so far, that there was no crush, nothing. Um, and I love what came out. Oh, gosh. I need to like pull that up. The Reddit. I saw Lauren's video, check that out. But I saw the Reddit from her video. She was reading it as far as, oh gosh, I don't think that she links things like I do on her video. Maybe she does. Talking about like, people who knew people, more hearsay and telephone game, but yeah, let me like try to pull up something. I I believe that Reddit seemed very logical, at least to me. Makes sense. All of that makes sense. Sorry, I make my own waiting music. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. But yeah, so yeah. What I was saying was to your, he's his work hubby, but I don't I don't believe that they are together or attracted to each other or would be together. I was really shocked that chef guy. And that's the thing. She talked about so many other things on that live, on Donna's live. I'm glad that I saw it. I wasn't going to because I'm just so tired. But yeah, I was shocked that chef said that Blake and Ryan will divorce, and I think Donna was saying, yeah, they're not even liking each other's pictures on Instagram. And I was like, I guess if anything will tear someone down is a lawsuit. The stress, usually couples don't. I was actually brushing up on my relationship coaching. But yeah, usually couples don't make it through very stressful times because they don't have the connection, the trust with each other, the bond built based on healthy communication and knowing how to communicate in whatever circumstance to get through it. And if I guess it makes sense in a way, if they don't know how to communicate and they are not really intimate and connected, there's no deep trust there that they have to talk all the time. If that's why they have to talk all the time, that's not necessarily why, then yeah, this can really tear them apart. Even if they went in very united and they're like, I have your back, I have your back, but the stress of it, and because it seems like my first thing that I said on here that was related to Blake about the movie, but it just is across the board. Just let go. She's like clawing so hard. I think with this story, with the TikTok story, the TikToker, I feel like that, I don't know, it inspires that kind of visual for me where she's just like trying so hard. Again, we don't know if that's true, but she's posted so many pictures or whatever, and maybe she was contractually obligated, although she wasn't an executive producer, so kind of, I don't know how much contractually obligated she needed to be as far as like marketing a simple or another simple favor, not flavor. And but maybe that's why she was posting so much. But it seemed even with that, she was like, is she's trying so hard and she's not getting it, that she has nothing in her grasp. She's not holding on to anything, but she's like holding on to nothing for dear life kind of thing. Does that make sense? I don't know. I wonder what they tell their children, if they tell them anything at all. Well, they say that the children have been traumatized and stuff, which people say like, why are you telling your children anything? Like, I don't know. I'm not a mom, and I know from especially watching Housewives, like, and well, Chrissy Teigen really was the first one that was saying like, don't shush. Don't advise moms about anything. Um, I don't know. Sometimes that was if you watch the Housewives, any of the Housewives. There's plenty of mom kind of talk or judgment on. I watched Beverly Hills, Potomac, and New York, and yeah, definitely on Potomac. There's a lot of like just really tearing Mia for however she's handling the whole thing and being fake. And I'm like, okay, if she's fake, but I mean, if children are concerned, let her deal with however she wants to deal with that. Like I don't think there's a perfect mom or like a perfect way. You might think that you know it, and you might have a consensus among other moms, but that, I don't know. I feel like she's dealing with something also more unprecedented than all the other ones. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I have no idea. I know as a child, I remember being frustrated when my parents weren't telling me things, and I absolutely could tell. When parents are like, you know, talking not behind your back, but in another room, and they're all secretive and stuff. And you see like their faces. I think as children, you also feel like their energy, and you're really connected to them and really looking to them for any sudden movement or anything. And so their children, maybe that's what she was saying, or they were saying that they're traumatized indirectly, like maybe they're not sitting their children down like, so this guy SH'd your mom and all this stuff. Probably not to that, but probably they're trying to say from the you know the effects, like whatever you call that, on the outskirts of things. But let me try to find this Reddit, because I really want to go over it, because it's really interesting. um Mhm. I think I found it. All right. Wow, that was probably the fastest. To kind of wrap up though with another simple favor. Might as well. I keep saying I might as well just call it flavor. Donna was saying she just posted a video not too long ago saying that the reviews are bad. She already said this a few days ago. I'm not surprised. And it is going to be interesting how Blake spins it, or how any of them spin it. Because most of the time, sequels are bad. And I think they're bad for, at least at times, this one reason, which is you're banking on the next one being loved because people are connected to the characters. But this is not a TV show. When you're binge watching, or you're watching every week back in the day, when you had like a summer hiatus or something, you need to reconnect the audience. And it's really hard, to keep the audience at the end of it so invested to wait, really the moment that the show will come back on, like, oh, I can't wait for it to come back on. B, to reconnect the audience. And C, for you to not drop the ball as far as the writing and creating that, whatever, even just episodes. But if it's like one episode after another, you won't notice that maybe one episode kind of sucked, you know? So they had a whole challenge. It's been like a few years since A Simple Favor. And I think it could have been an amazing movie, because I think where they left it off was Blake's character came back, or her twin, or something like that. Or it was her twin that died. I don't know, something. I don't even remember. I don't remember. But they had something that could have been explosive, but by the reviews, it seems like they were just banking that people really like the first one, and they're just. I've done that in many different areas of my life where you're not going to try that hard because, like, oh, people liked me, people like that or whatever. So I'm not going to try that hard. And it's more subconscious than conscious. You think, like, oh, I have a great idea, but you overestimate your idea and the genius of what you're coming up with because of the bias of, like, oh, well, I'll just ride my glory or whatever. There's like a phrase I can't really hit. So yeah, I think it was kind of underwritten, underdeveloped, uh, not put with so much thought into it because of that, and also because of Blake and Anna, Blake and Anna. And they might not be like mega, mega, mega stars like Timothée Chalamet or Zendaya, or the up and coming big, huge stars, but they're really recognized and they've been on the screen for a while. And I think also Blake thinking, well, I have already made this movie and that's going to be amazing. And I don't know when, another Simple Flavor was written, but it could have been that. I don't know. The third theory and possibility, obviously, is the big elephant in the room, which is, did Blake write a lot of this stuff? Is this why it sucked? Because we know the rooftop scene sucked. I watched that a few times on It Ends With Us, and I just like, man, Justin Baldoni is one good actor. Not because of all this drama, but you look at, that scene and you look at Blake's character. It's not because she's like more, light. Her character is lighthearted or whatever. And Justin Baldoni's is dark and more like powerful and heavy. It's not that. But Blake did not portray a character in that scene. She portrayed herself, and it doesn't have to be exactly herself, but like, and doing Meisner, yeah, you bring yourself and it's you living in imaginary circumstances, blah 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 blah. You're not putting on this like mask. I don't think Justin put on a mask, because yeah, that sucks when actors do that. Like, like olden days, or like more theater actor that are just like really not just natural. He just did the work. He talked about doing like journaling as his character, like Isabella Ferrer also talked about. He really went in deep into this character and understood this character and connected and just, like really did his work. And you can see that. You can see that regardless. If you watch that scene, it's a great example of someone who's just kind of. I remember Miley Cyrus was kind of. People were annoyed with her because she would show up to set for that one last song or something, whatever, whenever she met her ex, Liam. Yeah, I think was right, Liam. Um, but yeah, they people would complain because she would not memorize, she would not do her homework, she would just show up and like not really even know the lines, or maybe she knew the lines but she wasn't really acting. And also maybe that was because a movie is different than like a sitcom that she had to do, like, things change and stuff, but and based on her too. But that's what it seems like to me with Blake. Yeah, the last song, yeah. um it's based on a series of books. Oh, A Simple Fate. Is everything books now? Do we have anything original? Everything's just books. So much writing she did. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, I'm talking about the freezing of things, the dialogue, not changing, like, well, now we go west instead of east or whatever. Um, yeah, but because that's what she did for It Ends With Us. Things were rewritten. Yeah. But yeah, sorry to go off on that tangent. I just really like, I have it in my mind even now. Like I was just floored by how good of an actor he was, and especially now with the drama added on, just how having all of that going, and it wasn't to the effect that it came later. This was early shooting stages, the rooftop scene, but still, like with that scene, the drama that scene specifically had, and how much the writer Christy something, how much the writer and Justin really wanted that to be as authentic and to be a certain way for the book to be a very authentic for the viewers for that also read the book, and how important and pivotal that scene was, and they recognized that, and for the actor to come in and rewrite it and really kind of, I don't know, I keep saying I have to read the book and I haven't, but it didn't seem, it seemed like just crap. It just seemed crap what came out of Blake's character's name, Lily, and Blake's character's name, Mouth. And yeah, I don't know. And he just, this is, just a moment, and I'll finish this thought, but just a moment of, you can't give an actor bad words or bad lines. A really good actor will move you with whatever words, whatever lines they have. And that's what I'm trying to say with that scene with Justin Baldoni. He had some, like, not even like big lines or whatever. He had some, it was just kind of awkward at times, but he did his job. He brought it. And yeah, because Blake always talks about it. You can't just give me any lines and put me in any clothes and expect me to act. I don't know. That quote has to be framed. That quote has to be framed because that's, just blows my mind. That's a thing that she actually said and owns. Like, what? That's exactly what acting is. Exactly what acting is. And honestly, like, to an actor, I think that's like the fun of it. It's like you're giving the, so many actors are like, I don't feel like my character until I'm in their clothes because they're so particular to that character, you know? Because otherwise it's just me. And if I'm not in those clothes, then I can't be that character because I'm too self-conscious because it's me, or like, anyways, grown folks are talking. Yeah, I wonder if yeah, sorry, kind of thing. Would another simple favor have been better received had this scandal not occurred? Something we'll never know. I think absolutely it affected it, but I'm curious, the critics that review and have reviewed the movie, someone, I guess maybe I should do it, but I don't feel like I have the resources to do this. I don't think I have the insight to do this. But looking at how people were looking at Jen Tui, um, and connecting dots with whatever the other writer was that also connected the dots to Taylor Swift and this whole thing, and the Hollywood Reporter, or not the Hollywood Reporter, the LA Times also had, like, people went in the background of these writers and said, oh, okay, there's the bias. Actually, as I'm talking about this, I submitted for an affiliate link. I don't think I have it yet. Maybe I do. But Ground News. I wonder if it has any of these. Do I have it online? Let's see. Because they show you the bias. I mean, it's more like political bias, but I wonder, wonder if for this they make an exception. Like, tell me, is this more, Blake Lively fan or Justin fan or in between. We don't need like left, right, Democrat, Republican. We don't care about that for this one. All right, let's see. Search. I almost wrote another simple flavor. Oh my gosh. Oh, goodness. Most movies are based on books or plays, minor side quests. Did you ever hear that episode of How to Fail with Elizabeth Day podcast with just a minute? No, did I? No, I didn't. I heard about it after, I think long after it got deleted. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me share my screen here. This is random. Sharon Stone apparently was dropped from another simple favor. Friday should be like, I'm not going to make any bullet points and I'm just going to go where the rabbit hole takes me. That's what this is turning into. Claimed she was cast and then dropped without warning. Paul Feig denied any tension between Stone and co-stars. Anna Kendrick commented that being a director is one of the most exhilarating and what does that have to do with anything? What are people doing sometimes with these articles? Kendrick's sarcastic remark about Stone's casting led to speculation about tensions. Anna is sarcastic all around, and people were talking about how Andy from Popcorn Planet, Anna is no better than Blake, and she's really difficult, and blah blah blah. And when I did my video on Anna, I knew that. I think I even mentioned that. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I forgot. But I knew that she has a history of being not very liked and being mean or maybe diva-ish too. Doesn't mean that she didn't experience what she experienced, and that working with someone that Blake Lively is believed by many to be, um, it's not going to be bad or whatever. That's so weird. I, People come up with better, things. This reminds me of, we're not there yet, but with Love Meghan, it was interesting because the one episode, or was it two episodes? No, the only one that didn't have the chef name, talk about like racism and stuff. Hi, Maria. Um, I felt like, what is up with this? Because the one chef that wasn't included was Hispanic, Velasquez, or Velasquez, I think. And her two friends, or three friends, yeah, which, you know, that's not, maybe they weren't famous enough or something. I don't know, but um, it seemed pretty big deals, just more than anyone else. Like, I've never heard of Delphine or Delphina. I've not heard of Kaylee Zashfin. I don't know. So yeah, that was side note. But like, because this is annoying, because everyone has the same headline and the same blurb, and yeah. Okay, that seems like it's saying a little bit more. She's 67. Instagram video. Oh, interesting. Someone else going in Instagram with these older people, because Paul Fikes, um, the wife is not really a celebrity, but Instagram with the older women is very popular. Instagram commenting, but also Sharon Stone. I saw a video not too long ago how terrible she is too. So and now it's like, I don't know what to believe anymore. Or she was back in the day at least. Anyways, in her comments, and this might be why she was dropped. If you put three women that are really mean, bullying, and really self absorbed, they feel like they're it, and you put them all three in one project to interact together, what do you expect? You have to put people that are, some, like it's all about me, some like, oh, it's nothing's about me. Combination, balance it out. Can't put three divas. I loved being cast and removed from my role unexpectedly for no reason at all. Loved it. Hmm. Oh, Allison Janney is in this? And Elizabeth Perkins. Don't know who that is, but probably just by name. Hmm. Interesting. But that's my final answer. My opinion, theory. That's probably why. Because all three of them, you can't have three big egos on set. There's no room. There's no room. Two is a lot already. But yeah, okay. I was searching for another simple favor review. Is that what we're searching for? Let's see. Can I just like search? And just okay. I have to click on it, but it's not clicking. Oh, so it does have kind of like high factuality. On okay, well there's these two. Hmm. Sorry, I signed up for this and then I didn't really do it. Another is so fun until it gets so dumb. The Vulture. All right. I mean, I didn't expect, you know, magic. Let's deal with the important stuff first. Blake Lively makes her entrance in another simple favor in a suit, as she did in 2018's, showing up to school pickup like an eruption into the upscale suburban setting from a much more interesting movie. But this time, while the heel, I personally thought I was expecting a lot more thriller when I remembered like the whole A Simple Favor coming out. It was kind of mysterious, and the whole thing with martinis. I thought the marketing was really cool, but when I watched the movie, it was like a soft thriller. I wasn't really thrilled, in the first one. I expected it to be a lot scarier than it was based on the marketing of it. But yeah, because even reading this, I'm like, yeah, that sounds so interesting. And I remember I didn't get that from her entering. Yeah, she entered, she was different. Because of the slow motion and, the way that it was kind of directed or whatever. But yeah, I don't remember. Anyways, but this time, while the heels are still sky high, they're covered in spike hardware as though Lively's character, Emily Nelson, has needed to armor up while away. This is really nice of them. The outfit is all muted, horizontal gray and white stripes, accessorized with a chain belt. Okay, we don't care. Whatever. Seriously, a hilariously upscale riff on a prison uniform for a character who was sent to jail for murdering her father and her twin sister, shooting her husband, Sean Henry Golding, and preparing. Okay. I don't remember. Oh my gosh, yeah, I don't remember any of that. I thought Henry Golding was still alive. Um, I love the choice, the outfit, whether that was Blake's idea or the costume designer for actual real. That's a good idea. The homage to jail. A Glee of Simple Favor, which was adapted, is that it was just a lot stranger than it needed to be. Gone Girl knockoff thriller into something far less predictable. Well, I remember like someone read that. I think Donna, and I'm like, isn't that a good thing that it's not predictable? On paper, it was about a lonely mommy blogger whose connection with the town's glamorous outlier took a turn when the latter mysteriously vanished. But on the screen, both Emily and Stephanie were utterly unhinged from the start. Stephanie in her prim sweaters. What are these words? And Ricta's smile. That sounds cool. Was such a tightly wound supermom as she looked capable of cutting someone long before she decided to turn detective while taking. Okay, wait, this is the first one. The second one plays like a perfect escalation of everything that made the original film so pleasurable. Stephanie's um, become a full time true crime influencer. Oh, sorry. What is up with this true crime thing? I'm using Chrome, Rabia. Oh my gosh, because this is like what that show, A Murder in the Building or whatever. I've not heard one single true crime show, by the way. Very proud of that. Though a case that went south has led her to ill advisedly go dark on social media, just as the book she wrote about Emily is being published. When Emily glides into that bookstore to announce that she's been released from jail, is getting married in Italy, and wants Stephanie to be her maid of honor. The characters are as aware of the absurdity of this ask as the movie is. But both Emily and Stephanie know that Stephanie is going to say yes, even before Emily lightly threatens to sue her best frenemy if for using her likeness. Why would Stephanie say yes? Why would Stephanie say yes? Sorry. I know this is a book. I don't get it so far. It's like, putting myself into these characters. If I was the actor, that would be a challenging one to find out. Why would I say yes? Stephanie needs Emily not just for the content, though Emily does. Oh, there we spoke too soon. Does mention that the wedding will goose Stephanie's subscribers and sales, even if her book agent seems a little too excited by the possibility of her client getting murdered. It's interesting because this feels like art mimicking real life. And already, Blake has said this is her favorite character ever, back in the first one. Emily needs Stephanie because Stephanie is the only person who understands her. You were never nice, she says to the woman who put her behind bars. You were just afraid to be mean. I mean, if that doesn't kind of sound very fitting. The nuptials take place on the astoundingly beautiful island of Capri, whatever. And the groom is a wealthy, do they mean macho? Maco mafioso? Is Maco a thing? Or macho mafioso? Named Dante Versano. Played by Michele Morone, of the wildly popular, widely panned 365 Days movies. Don't know that. Don't know those movies. But okay. Anyways, blah, 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 blah. I have no idea why the police and the Versano family would believe that Stephanie's responsible for his death, but it makes so little sense that it throws. Oh, okay. Well, I guess spoiler. I don't know if anyone here was going to watch this movie and cares about spoilers. The very premise. I didn't know it was a spoiler. Sorry. The very premise of Another Simple Favor is outrageous, but it follows its own internal logic, at least in the first half. The second, which involves multiple murders, a bumbling FBI agent, and a reliance on a tossed off line from the first movie, throws that logic out to lead with whims. Doesn't feel subversively strange, just self-consciously campy and irritatingly smug. The tension with which Fike treated his source material is gone, And it starts to seem like literally anything could happen, which is a shame. Isn't that a good thing though? I want movies that I can't expect and I don't know what is about to happen and it's confusing. That's what I want in a movie. That's not what I want in politics. That's not what I want in real life. That's not what I want in like a legal battle, you know? But in a movie, that's exactly what I want. Confuse me, like what the heck happened? What is happening? I don't know. Fun. Anyways, but it might be like just not in the fun way. I don't know. The tension with which, oh, sorry, which is a shame because Emily and Stephanie have a joyously dark dynamic, with Emily constantly needling Stephanie about their history, while Stephanie, empowered to let her freak flag fly, that was hard to pronounce, gives as good as she gets. Kendrick and Lively have an undeniable chemistry that allows you to buy that these two characters really do like one another despite the circumstances, but that only matters when those circumstances mean something, and by the end of another simple favor, they don't. Nothing matters at all. That, if that's true, but again, it might be based on the book, that is always like frustrating and annoying and underwhelming when it ends and then none of that ride that you went on matters. I don't remember, but I know there's at least one or maybe two, movies that I've watched in my time of short time on this planet. Um, my mom just sent me a message about the protective order. But yeah, so, which I also have on here to talk about very briefly. Not gonna read it all, just talk about it, highlights, whatever. But yeah, I've seen a couple of movies, or maybe just one movie, where like it builds, and it's like, oh wow, and then like what? Like literally nothing mattered of what we just saw. It's hard to even describe other than these words. Like, not that it was just underwhelming, but it was like those things, like, it's kind of like how I felt about Fences most of the first act of the play Fences, because I was talking about it earlier when I came on. Like, we didn't need that. But unlike the play Fences, like, that actually had a build up and it was like a really interesting ending and so forth. But this, well, actually, I take that back. The last couple of lines, I was like, is this supposed to be an ending? With a crap? But that's a whole thing. But all of it was still kind of like that. Pretty good. Anyways, okay, so there we go. The whole point was, what does the ground news, whatever, say? And it says that it's highly factual. I don't know. Usually, its factuality is pretty good. Um, the previous version of this article mistakenly mixed up Emily and Stephanie's names. Don't tell Emily. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, I like that. That is cool. Now I really won't, because I came back to watch to see who wrote it. Allison Wilmore, a film critic for New York Magazine and Vulture. Formerly, she isn't New York Magazine like the should be one, because right. I think it's whatever. Formerly, she was the only critic at BuzzFeed News and first TV editor at IndieWire and the host of Film Spotting SVU, which reminds me I still need to see the second Train Spotting. My brain. But okay. And then this is kind of what she has written before. Death of a Aww. What? 5 pounds of purple poop in a 10-pound bag. Don't even know what to think about that. Here's our buddy. The thriller drop is a perfect addition to the Bad First Date canon. Okay. Well, it seems like his movie did better. The Accountant Who Cannot Be Taken Seriously. There was an accountant one. Errol Morris has been okay. I don't even know what that is. I don't know. Don't know. All right, cool. Well, this also is good background, seeing what her other stories have been. And if you have a feeling about a certain movie, or if you know how generally it was taken without any such context like this case, then you can see kind of her, if she could be biased or not. But to answer that question, I think it's hard to tell. I think it's hard to tell. Yeah. I don't know. I would imagine that film critics do take their job seriously. However, I also don't agree with the Oscars. I don't agree with critically acclaimed or not. One movie was recently everyone hated and I loved, or the opposite. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Tell me if you've seen this movie. Wait. Shoot. Oh, you will probably laugh as soon as I put it on. Tell me in the chat, please. Tell me if you've seen this. This was the movie that I was like talking about. And I'll put a poll here to make it easier so you don't have to like share your name if you don't want to. I just want to know if you've seen it or not. You don't have to say yet if you liked it or don't like it, but if you feel comfortable putting it in the chat, let me know. This was just bashed by the critics. And I'm telling you, this is the best Christmas movie ever. Ever. I think maybe one might be better. I don't remember which one right now. This just blew our minds. Blew our minds. And I was thinking, because I haven't seen movies in a while, so I'm like, well, maybe it's me. But I don't think it was, because it was both of us. Blew my mind. I was so like, whoa, it's a horror movie. I was seriously in the movies. I would watch it on like a huge projector type thing because it has a different vibe. The one guy on the beach, if you will see it, because 100% of you said that you didn't see it. If you see it, this guy on the beach, full on horror movie vibes, and the witch girl, full on, like, I was scared because I also don't do horror, so to me that was scary. But it was really well done, really well acted, really well done, really well like edited, with the music the right way and all that stuff. It might not be like top horror, I admit that, but yeah. But it has so many different genres in it. It was so funny. It was fresh. It was new, but it wasn't gimmicky. That's the thing that I was like, oh, the idea of it, until I saw the trailer. I'm like, oh, I don't want to see a Christmas movie. I saw the trailer and I'm like, this looks like an action movie and also just a fun movie. And it was. It was full of action, good acting. It was so good. I'm really like really hyped for this movie. But this is something that oh, this is one that critics hated, and I still don't understand. And I am constantly talking about it anytime that it comes up, which not that often, I guess, now, but because it was so good. So, critics, in my opinion, on why this didn't work was critics see a lot of movies, so they're a little jaded. And they might not understand what's like super fresh and super like amazing. I remember Moulin Rouge had the same thing. For me, was like the most amazing. It was one of my top favorites for a long time. And I loved it. I loved the play that it had to storytelling. I loved the music and how it was incorporated. It was an experience. And yeah, critics hated it. And they were saying everyone was like nauseous and stuff. I'm like, who are these people? No one was nauseous in the movie theater when I saw it, and just saying. But yeah. So, you know, to the another simple favor reviews and things, it's hard to tell. It'll be maybe easier to tell if we see it ourselves. Um, I don't know that many people wanted to see it to begin with, though. Like, I don't think it was like the highly anticipated movie. So, I think if anything, it might give it more views and more interest. It's definitely giving a lot more screen time. Content creators, online, not reviewers, I guess they would review it maybe anyways, but news outlets, etc., probably give it so much more attention because of the legal battle with Blake Lively and Wayfair parties. So I think almost the opposite as far as attention and potential views, because people will be curious whether or not you're watching it on Amazon or like not Amazon. That's a whole different thing. But either way, I think a lot of people will watch it because of this. How they feel about it, I don't know. Some people can like split it up. And I think I would give some prompts to filmmakers or film critics because they know kind of like check mark, check mark, check. They did this, it didn't do that, or whatever. That's what I'm imagining at least. So I might be wrong. All right. Yeah, she said she was dropped. Elsie mentioned that about Sharon Stone. Found that deleted episode and downloaded it before it was complete. Oh yes. Oh, I know of Elizabeth Perkins from her role as Wilma. Oh my God. Oh, that was a good movie. That was a good movie. Right, the old one. I don't think they made another one. Right. Oh, it makes me. I want to watch it now. That was so cool. In 1994. Oh, this one, right? Elizabeth Perkins. I hate IMDb. I guess today was the last day to boycott them, kind of technically. Oh, I love her. Oh, I remember her from Big. I think she was in Big, wasn't she? Oh, she's in Another Simple Favor. Is that why you're mentioning it? Because she's in that. What do you remember? Tell us. I wish I only have OBS because I would be like, do you want to come on? Do you want to share with us what this was about? What that, like, podcast episode? Sorry, my brain sometimes just like stops working. I want to see. I want to confirm. I'm 98%, 95% sure that she was in Big. You said yes, but I don't know if it was to that or the Flintstones question. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Loved Big. I just love old movies, like older movies. Um, there's some good ones now too. But I feel like not every movie should be modernized like movies are right now. Another? No, okay, that's Reddit. Okay. So, yeah, wow, she has a big. That's such a rant. Please, like, share anything, even a small tidbit. Why was Justin on her podcast? That's so crazy. And now it makes more sense why it was deleted since she is starring in Another Simple Favor. Um, I did read that name in the in the article, but it didn't really ring a bell at all. I love how you can see what I've been searching for when I'm in the not that, but like this is absolutely what I've been looking for to buy. It's so fun. Um yeah, that's so weird. But yeah, okay. Puzzle piece. This is the thing cuz before coming on today, I was like I don't really want to talk about this stuff. I'm not interested. Like, oh, but then you get into it and then it's like it just opens up a whole new world. And awesome song from Aladdin, and you just go into a rabbit hole, and before you know it, you're everywhere and talking about red one, completely unrelated. um, oh, sorry. Okay, okay. Well, but it still stands. I still stand by what I said. Like it, I expect a lot of things to come up that already kind of, you get little tidbits now, and that will just like blow us away. All right, moving on from another simple favor. What else? We talked a little bit before, like at the beginning, me and Rabia really. We were talking about Blake in Waco, Texas, whole thing. And it was with him speaking of his ADHD diagnosis and experience with it, and ends with us. Did he talk like a lot about the experience? I'm surprised. I'm surprised that no one really talked about it, or that it's not popping up. Like, huh, you know. Just, I recorded this before it went down because everything Instagram, at least, you see all those posts about, oh, this post was taken down, but here it is. But with videos and podcasts, I guess you do not so much. He mentioned going to the hospital due to overly pushing himself. Yeah. The Reddit, because that reminds me of that. And as far as the Blake Waco thing, some people believe it, some people don't. To me, it's really hard to believe because it's hard for me to believe that a group of grown adults that are in so much power. I know it sounds so ridiculous saying it, like duh, but it's so hard for me to believe because it's different when it's celebrities versus politicians or like CEOs or whatever. Celebrities are, and maybe they forgot, but they're really here because of us and for us. Yeah. And it's hard for me to imagine that kind of system, you know, that ecosystem that each celebrity has with their whoever's in their team, their entourage. It's hard to imagine that they can bully a nobody, and I don't mean this, meanly or offensively to this girl on TikTok or whatever, but excuse me, but compared, she's not a celebrity as far as I know, because what I saw was she didn't even have TikTok before of this, which made me feel like, well, it must not be true because she didn't have a presence before. Um, yeah. You believe that it's not like all the sinister story, but just that she ran into Blake. Yeah. Um, but she did have those like receipts, although it could have been Photoshop, but not even, you don't even need AI with the screenshots of the people watching her story. It's a very easy Photoshop to do. Very easy Photoshop to do. You don't even need the full on Photoshop. You can do it in Canva. Anyways, but yeah, like I don't I don't really believe it because it just feels so extreme. But I'm really like 50-50, maybe 40% of me believes it. I'm not quite 50-50. I know that Donna, who I believe, like, I feel like she's usually right about things. You know, everyone can be wrong sometimes. Lauren from the Court of Random Opinion, I believe her. Um, and the thing is, I haven't seen her whole video, but I saw half of it where she kind of confirmed some things to be accurate. Um, Elsie and Maggie don't think so. They also had a bad experience that she was supposed to come on their live and she didn't. Um, which, if she goes on someone else's live, then it's opportunistic and she just wants money. It, it's just like it's going in circles. However, for those of you that are here now that weren't earlier, what was interesting, and then I'll get into the Reddit post, is that I saw the video on Donna's live. Rabia saw it on LC and Maggie's live. I didn't get to I don't know, I must have missed it when I was like going all from Donna's video. And it's nowhere to be found. And Donna, in my experience with this whole thing, wait, this is it. Wonder if she took it out. In my experience with this whole thing, she's never taken down a video or something. So it's interesting that it's back. Because you're here, Rabia. You can confirm that we didn't see it. And I refreshed this sucker a few times. And you can see, yeah, you can see, you know, on the replay on my live. Like, I'm not crazy. I thought I was going crazy. But yeah, what is this? Maybe she took it out. I don't think you can hear those geese at 11 o'clock. Reminds me of this movie, that short something that, yeah, I never actually edited. But it was geese at like 2 a.m. or something. I think it was after that guy, though. Right? I got distracted. Whatever. Oh, Donna posted the live again. I wonder if it was kind of blocked initially by Instagram saying, oh, I think she took that video out. Oh, wow. I wonder what she'll have to say about this. I might be wrong because I'm just scanning through it. So, gosh. What's the fastest speed we can go? 2? I don't think that's enough. I think she took the video down, though. I think that was it. I know, sorry, guys, for just being boring right now. Any flash, I'm like, oh, is that it? This is one of those moments, like, better to do it slow and good for the first time, and then speed it up. Yeah, she took it down. When was it? This wasn't it. This isn't it. Was it almost at the end? Just before that. 57.
Like, allegedly, everyone, allegedly, but I think Blake Lively's ego is nuts, and I think that Blake Lively's team's ego is nuts. Something is going on. It's Palm Springs. It's part of it.
The sun is starting to come up, but it's still cold. Yeah.
Oh, well, hopefully it comes out for you guys. So anyway, the point is that she was there, and it was her for sure. So I think she's just like, she's paranoid.
Yeah.
She's nuts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. People that like personality disorder, like they have a lot of paranoia, insecurity, you know, like,
yeah.
I think too, I don't know, just this narcissistic personality disorder. It just is like, they want to control everything, how they look.
Maybe on an Instagram message, I got it. I got the actual video from the creator that she took of Blake Lively. And what you can't see in the video is you kind of can't see, you can't really see Blake, but you can hear Blake in the video. And so it is definitely Blake Lively. Like, she saw Blake Lively at this hotel. People were questioning 100% it's actually Blake Lively. There's no question whatsoever.
She was just recording her, like, just whatever. Like, oh, Blake Lively's here.
She's recording. She sees that it's Blake. And she is, and someone else who worked at the hotel voice. And apparently Blake Lively was on crutches, and someone else who worked at the hotel creator. And she's watching these stories. Like, I think she's surrounded by paranoid, crazy people. I'm not joking. I don't want to be like, allegedly, everyone, allegedly. But I think Blake Lively's ego is nuts. And I think that Blake Lively's team's ego is nuts. Something is going on. It's Palm Springs. It's partying.
The sun is starting to come up, but it's still cold. Yeah.
Oh, well, hopefully it comes out for you guys. So anyway, the point is that she was there and it was her for sure. So I think she's just like she's paranoid. I
Yeah.
think she's nuts.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know.
Definitely. Yeah. People with that like personality disorder, like they have a lot of part.
Actually, someone here in the comments, Rachel had told me
Wow. Okay.
fired or whatever. Why? Big story.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I
Yes.
picked up
Yes.
on this about
Like just not being nice and
she's a girl at that. How am I gonna find it for you guys? How can I maybe on an Instagram message I got it. I got the actual video from the creator
That's what
that
I
she
thought. I
took
didn't see
of Blake
crutches
Lively.
either.
And what you can't see in the video is you
Just like the
kind of
video.
can't see. You can't really see Blake, but you can hear Blake in the video.
There
And so
was a
it is
cut.
definitely Blake Lively. Like she
Yeah.
I'm
saw
just
Blake
like
Lively at this
double
hotel.
checking
People were
here
questioning
because
100% it's actually Blake Lively. There's
this
no
is
question
crazy.
whatsoever.
She was just recording her, like just whatever. Like, oh, Blake Lively's here.
She's recording. She sees that it's Blake and she knows that it's Blake and you can hear Blake Lively.
Yeah, because she was live. So you saw the jump cut when they started talking about the weather or whatever. Because I remember that conversation. There was a jump cut. There was like a moment in here where
Voice. And apparently Blake Lively was on
where she would just like cut. So yeah, the crutches mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, I didn't see any crutches, but you could barely see anything. But it seemed like she was wearing. But I don't know if it was her. It seemed like she was wearing that something that she wore for "It Ends with Us," premiere or not premiere, not premiere. But jeans, like flared jeans, and then a long white suit jacket. But yeah,
So anyway, the point is that she was there and it was her. Oh, well, hopefully it comes out for you guys. So anyway, the point
The sun is starting.
I think that Blake Lively's team's ego is nuts. Something is going on. It's Palm Springs. It's partying.
I think that's where it was. She took it down. She took it down. Wow. That's pretty crazy. I'm curious what she'll have to say. I'm curious if it was this girl or if it was Blake, the CIA man. But it happened. Remember, the girl said Blake ran down to record her and her mother, so she didn't have crutches. Yeah, the crutches. What was with the crutches? What is that? Maybe she thought she had crutches, because who knows? But that was the weird part, was that Blake was recording her, or like she saw, because also in the video I didn't see her seeing this, but there was that one girl that came before Blake that maybe noticed that she was recording, which is like she was sitting down. She should have been a little bit more stealth. You can record pretty easily. Just pretend you're not. She was talking though, so I don't think she did it right. But yeah, maybe that's what happened. But I still feel like, why would Blake be recording them? Who is, like, if this is true, if this is real, who does Blake think she is? Because at this point, she seems like she thinks, I don't know who she thinks she is, because like Queen of England, no, because the Queen never would have acted this way. Well, I don't know actually, but like they're taught to react and act and deal with things in such a diplomatic way, to an extent that it's even hurtful. I don't understand who she thinks she is, though. Like, I don't understand, if this is true. But wow, we broke something, a case. I don't know. At least it's back up, and the rest is here. But yeah, that is so interesting. Within the last hour, 2 hours. I don't know how long I've been on, but at the beginning, I refreshed it so many times. It was not here, and she took it out. I think it was for a disguise. Oh yeah, could be. But I mean, she would have worn the regular stuff too. I don't know. So there's that. There's that kind of mystery or whatever. Basically, to say, I'm personally just waiting to see more, to hear more. I haven't made up my mind one way or another. I'm like 40%, like I said, believing this story, 60% not. I kind of agree with you, Rabia. I think something happened, but not to the extent maybe of the bullying that was mentioned. I find it incredibly hard to believe that they just fat shamed her randomly, because also, if that was the case, if you send that through a written, or I don't know, I guess maybe did she say that they did that, like it sounded like they did that afterwards, what I heard. If they did that there, they thought, well, she's not recording, so it can't be traced to us. But yeah, that part is hard to believe, because I think maybe too much about adults. I don't know. I also think I forget that Blake is young. She's younger than me, because she looks so much older than me. She looks like 5 years older than me, like 40s. Um, or I look younger than my age. I don't know, but she definitely, the way that she presents herself feels like she is wise and whatever. I don't know, until now at least. So it's just crazy to me if that's true. Just crazy. Crazy. All right, but this Reddit, and I think I want to read it because I think, if not factual, it's a very logical conclusion to make that it's factual, because it's quite fair either. It really paints a very likely story. So I think I believe in. Like I said, Lauren, you thought Blake was 40. Yeah, me too. But I said, like, sometimes blonde people can look more like wrinkly. That sounded really offensive. I didn't mean it that way. But they can have more wrinkles, like drier skin or something. I don't know. It's more prone to sun damage, maybe, and stuff, being affected by the sun. Um, okay. That's not scientific fact. That's just my understanding. Yeah. Um, okay. So I'm starting this post. This person was saying, mega sleuthing. I'm starting this post by saying I have no interest with convincing anyone or arguing with anyone on whether this information is true or legit or not. I believe my source, so I wanted to share, which is fair. Um, okay. Justin is inexperienced and kind of an idiot, was the first thing their source said. I think idiot is a little pushing it, but I think I understand what they meant, based on what, continues. Which to me were fighting words, because I went, what do you mean by this? Is he a SHer, or SPer? And they go, oh, no, no. All of that is BS, but the man does not know how or what he is doing or how to direct a set whatsoever. He had no idea what he was doing. Basically, my source said that. Sorry, this is really hard for me to read. I'm going to try to, like, make it bigger. It's really hard, like white text on black for some reason. It's like it just gets lost. Um, my source. Okay, so yeah. Basically, my source said that this set was one of the worst ran sets they had ever been on, because they felt Justin had no control over the cast or crew, and there was no sense of authority or backbone about him. My source said he was frequently asking key crew members their thoughts about direction for certain scenes, which took them by surprise, because technically the director shouldn't be asking for others' advice on their vision of the scene. We've talked about this so much. I don't fully agree. I appreciated when Anna was doing that. Um, it depends on how they were doing it. And now that we saw, this is why I really kind of believe this, because of seeing Paul Fike, his advice to Justin to basically not have confidence, to be prepared but not know what he's doing, and just let other people tell him what to do, basically. And Justin's reaction, especially, is what made me think this probably is very true. As far as, like, not that he doesn't know what he's doing or that he's an idiot in any kind of way. I think he's not. But I think the way that he presented himself on the set, he was trying to be humble and that's not what humble is. But he was trying to be the humble and the advice that Paul Feig gave, which he resonated with because of his own insecurities and his own imposter syndrome. And that's how he reacted when Paul Feig gave him this advice. Sorry. Okay. They said he came across as very green and just overall not experienced, which again surprised me. Maybe I shouldn't be that surprised to hear this given how Blake bulldozed him and got her way hijacking everything, but my sources said they were not surprised because it sounds like he was asking for advice, thoughts from both the crew and the cast while they were on set, and like he didn't have a clear direction vision and for lots of scenes. And this might be because of that advice and or because of how Blake was acting up to that point as well, because they were interacting before they even started shooting. They were interacting, with the whole rooftop scene writing that came before all of this, that whole conversation. So it might have equally gotten in his head or like felt like uncomfortable, felt intimidated, felt like, oh, I should ask, I should be nicer, I'm not nice enough, even though he's, as far as LA Times, he's toxically nice. He's too nice. That whole toxic positivity, which toxic positivity, people say that it doesn't exist and they're laughing at that. It does exist. It does. It's an old phrase. It's at least like 5 years old. No, more than 5 years old. So, but anyways, I digress. They said he was an incredibly nice guy, but came across a bit naive and not ready necessarily to be direct. I second guessed what I was reading. To be directing a future film of that caliber. They said they were not surprised whatsoever that Blake ran circles around him, which, again, I really believe it. This just feels very credible to me because I think the advice Paul Feig gave him got in his head, his own imposter syndrome or whatever, especially this being a bigger movie, even though it's still super low budget for Hollywood standards. It was what, micro budget, 6 million or whatever. And also because, here was Blake Lively. He worked with Sabrina Carpenter, but before she became Sabrina Carpenter. Um, and also, like, Sabrina still has some ways to go to Blake because Blake's been in the business for so many years. Um, so I think a lot of those factors, and then it also now really makes sense why Blake did run circles around him. She sniffed weakness. She's like, oh, found the director that I can take over, you know? All right, continuing. Hi, Lisa. I do think he's creepy too, actually. You think he's creepy? I think you think he's creepy because of the pictures and things that you've seen. Have you seen Jane the Virgin? And have you seen the behind the scenes with him and Gina? Have you seen like him like that? And cuz that's different. But I'll say that around this movie, he looked like he through hell. He did not look good. And also this movie, the character was creepy. And I don't know, something around this I understand. But before that, like, I don't know. But let me know if that's not, if I'm not assuming. I'm just really curious if you've felt that he was creepy watching things before It Ends With Us time, like 2023 prior. And I was going to find this. There was an Instagram post I remember probably around 2023 when they started filming or like in the hiatus where he had made a reel or some video on Instagram talking about like, oh, we're making this movie and Blake is amazing and all this stuff. And now that I'm saying that, I'm like, why the heck did I not search that for you guys? I mean, hold on. Let me see on this other screen if I can find it. Or at least pull up Instagram and then search for it when I'm talking about something else. Because I do want to finish this. What's his name? Justin. Can't believe I forgot his name. All right. This will take forever. So, actually, I don't know if he's had that many. Oh, sorry. Look at this. I was so sad to see that it's behind a paywall. All their episodes. This is cute. Okay, anyways. Sorry. And you saw my tabs. All right, moving on. All right, cool. Where am I? Number 2. As for the product, I will get back. I am curious to find that video if it's still on. I wonder if it's still on, but I imagine so. As for the production itself, they were behind basically from day one and on. The days would run way over schedule and over the budget, in that all crew members were racking up overtime, which made everyone very annoyed, frustrated from the get go. My source is very close to the first set of ADs, first and second AD team that were hired for this job, and they went through 3 sets. I don't know much about film, but I would bet a lot of money on that being very rare. Very rare. ADs basically are the managers of the set. They're the ones that decide scheduling based on all the different factors. And there are a lot of factors: everyone's availability, location, timings, what, so much. They run the set. I wonder if the idea was, oh, they're at fault because we're running late, and they kind of go into this instead of like Blake's at fault. But no, it's the ADs, because they technically have the responsibility for things running on time. And I mean, I will say that if there's a pattern, maybe trying to give Blake, if Blake was the reason, maybe give her a different call sheet just for her that says a very different time. Like when people tend to be late, you tell them, like, if they're usually 30 minutes late, you tell them 30 minutes before that you're going to meet up, before the time that you actually will meet up and expect to meet up. Things like that. But, anyways, that's not really, honest. So I don't know, but sometimes you do what you do, what you need to do. Because Blake allegedly fired 2 sets before the final set came in. More on that later. And it sounds like they tried their best to run a tight ship and keep everything on schedule, but between Justin not being 100% ready with direction for each scene, and Blake always running late, being behind, they said 90% of the time it was her fault. They were running behind each day, and it was like poking the hornet's nest when trying to get her out of her trailer if she wasn't ready because of hair, makeup, wardrobe issues, or something wasn't to her liking. And the other thing that I would say is, he might not be ready, because he's never been, in this circumstance, and being the actor and director at the same time, and producer and all that stuff. But also, it might have been because of, again, the stuff that Blake might have been constantly, texting him with, like, let's change this, let's change that, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. So lots of 16, 18-hour days for crew, which is not unusual, though. So what are they saying? That's like not unusual. Maybe not like great, but not unusual. Depends on what crew, also. Like, yeah, it depends on what crew. Everyone was very exhausted and frustrated the whole time while filming, and it sounds like like a lot of them blamed the ADs, Justin, for not reining in Blake, or the producers for not having a chat with Blakey, since she was the main problem regarding going over budget because of overtime hours and running behind, and they didn't know about the costume, and needing to add extra days time to the overall shoot schedule. And remember when she didn't even want to show up before the strikes, but when the first strike went, and they're like, well, hold until we figure this out if we're like okay to shoot, and then they got the okay, And then she's like, "Oh, too bad. I'm already out of the country." Sorry. Elsie posted on IG of the alleged hotel footage in Waco a few hours ago. Okay. All right. Let me pull that up separately. Maybe she's like, "Screw this. We didn't get it." Oh my god, so cute. Sorry. Little moment of if you don't like birds, sorry. Adorable images of snow fairies in Hokkaido, Japan. Oh, oh, little puffs. Oh, look at the puff. Sorry, sometimes if there's animals, we're going to take a moment to see something happy. That's so cute. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I have birds, so I like animals, but I know my one friend doesn't. Okay, let's see. Elsie. She's on here. Also, sorry if you haven't seen. You better not have to. Yeah, this cute little thing. If you don't like birds but you like dogs, you have to like puppies. But I guess you don't have to. But it's so cute. All right. Is this it? No. Sorry, those are like pinned.
Supposed Blake Lively footage. This is it.
You see Blake Lively? Don't look up. She on crutches?
It is her that recorded the video because if you look at what she's wearing here, is the same print as whomever's recording. Do I think it's Blake Lively? I don't know. I'm not swearing an oath to that. Could it be Blake Lively? Yes. How do we get from this? This is not an 18-second video of Blake Lively. This is a 1.5 exact second video. Somebody who looks like Blake Lively. I want to know how we get from this very inconsequential, nothing burger, no merit of a video. Blake is not doing anything wrong. She's not showing in a bad light. To the following day, the videographer and her mother being harassed, followed around by Blake's security team, escalating to being accosted at their car, enough for her to be flustered enough to not even put her bag in the car. I want to know how we go from this video to her and her team looking for this young woman and trolling her on the internet and harassing her and calling her names, creating Instagram names with her wedding date included. I want to know how we went from this video, if you did nothing, if you didn't say anything to her, to where we are now, which is you needing legal before.
Sorry. Yeah. Go watch the rest. I want to read Lauren's message here. I don't think the attorneys would be in contact. They are having to be careful with what they do say in media because the issue was already raised in court. Maybe she reached out to them, but I don't think they are in talks with the Daily Mail. Sure, maybe, but I don't. Yeah, I'm sure with the Daily Mail. That seems pretty, you know, it's the Daily Mail. I believe that Blake was at the hotel. This has actually been confirmed, but I can't disclose where that came from. However, some of the other stuff is just off to me. I tried to get the girl to come on my channel. So there you go, Rabia. You were talking about that with Elsie and Maggie as well. I think she wants to hold out for Candace or someone bigger, maybe. But then I don't know. I don't want to hate on the girl or anything, but something ain't right here. Yeah. She didn't respond. She ghosted Lauren as well. If she wants to go to a big Candace, even Donna or Andy, big followers. Donna is not that big as Andy, but you know what I mean. She's pretty. She's getting there. But if you want to do that, then your credibility goes really low. Especially, and I think this is why Elsie posted it. I'm curious if my video is going to get flagged, if Elsie is going to get flagged. But Elsie, I'm pretty sure she came from screw this crap. I'm going to just post it. No more defending the, like being careful for this girl. But I like her take. Like, what the heck? How did we go, now that you all saw it, how do we go from that video to any of it? To harassment or even claims of harassment? So I think, Rabia, you were saying it's probably like that kind of happened, but then maybe the story was a little inflated by the girl. I don't know. But anyways, back to our our other stuff. But now you saw it. Now I'm worried. Well, I have to take down the video. I mean, if I take down the video, whatever. It's not like it's going anywhere. And also, I don't think it's illegal, especially like we can't even see anything and nothing was, like I imagine if it was like someone like filming someone, like all the Black Lives Matter footage, people filming in like those things, if those things were, open to the public as they should be, to held, try at least hold people accountable. This wasn't even, I was like, why are we even talking about this? And if Blake's team did a whole big thing because of this video, why are we even talking about this? However, I'll say that maybe this wasn't the video. Maybe this was one video and maybe Blake came back and they filmed again, and that's when Blake and or her team, whatever, noticed and came at them and filming them herself or her team, whatever, and saying, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Etc. That I can see. That I believe is not really her story though. So if this is the video, I don't even know what to say about that. Yeah, I think you'll be fine. Yeah. I mean, I'll be fine one way or another. I'll just edit it out, But like, it's weird. And now that Elsie posted it, it's kind of strange even more that Donna took it down. I'm so curious. I cannot wait to hear why she took it down. All right. So my source said Blake number 3. I can't believe I got that right. Hi, Maria. That makes sense. Yeah. It's something that you would like, you've seen, heard of, or, like it makes logical sense. But yeah, I mean, they also could have thought it was a bigger filming or whatever than it was. But I'll say with this one thing before returning to this, the one thing that I think of as far as Blake's alleged pattern is that, that one woman that came out saying when she was working as an intern or whatever, Blake told her boss, like, hey, this person was too much of a fan or something. And this girl was like, I didn't even know who she was because she had just released Traveling Pants movie and that was it. Like, so, and there is such a thing, I guess, if you watch Dr. Kaur's video on a tactic where people can present themselves as more important than they are in order to become more important, to be seen as more important, and so forth. So, yeah, that could be this too. So that's why there is reasonable doubt that indeed the whole story is true based on that. But also, we don't have complete confirmation on that either. That's also just hearsay from this one person, her experience from so many years ago, etc., etc. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm also simultaneously scrolling through. I don't think I can find that post. It was in 2022, right? It was 2023. Wait, sorry. Jamie, Cool Mom Jamie. Wait, what's about Cool Mom Jamie? Who's that? Did I say Jamie? Sometimes, like, what happened? I don't, as soon as I speak stuff out, I completely forget what I said. Okay, so it wasn't around this time. I wonder. not that. Oh, this is where they got the poster. But Justin, or whoever made this poster, I've made such a poster before. Like, I don't think you got, I don't think you got the right people for that poster. I don't know. Sorry, the graphic designer in me is like, no.
Very special movie. It ends with us, and I'm taking a little break from the edit because I want to tell you a way that you can be a part of it. Look, your passion for this book and this film has been so inspiring, and all the posts and the DMs and the emails. I don't know how some of you got my email. With music that you have written for this movie, just really made me think. Here's the news. I want you to have a chance to potentially have a song in the film. There's so much talent on this app. So if you've written a song that you think captures the heart and the emotion of our story, nothing too literal, please. Literal songs never work in movies like this. I can't promise anything, but I'm really hoping to find a song that I can include in the film, sourced from the very people that have made this film possible. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your support, for your passion, and for showing up on August 9th when this movie gets released all over the world. I am so proud, and I cannot wait for you to see this film. I have not been on this app for a while. It's good to see you. I've been hard at work finishing a very special movie.
This wasn't it. This wasn't the post. But I'm glad that I found that. Where was the original song, Blake? Oh, the intern, Jamie. Yes, cool mom, Jamie. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. I appreciate I appreciate you guys like sticking with me when I'm not getting things that I obviously should get. But yeah, this is such a cool post.
I have not been on this app for
Such a cool post. Where is this original song? This is such a freaking. This is so aligned with him and what he does in his filmmaking as a filmmaker, not so much like the actor. How probably frustrating was it for him too, as an actor and filmmaker, director, etc., to be like, hey, I didn't behave like this on the sets I was at. Why is she behaving like this? That's putting words into his mouth, not saying that's what he said or believed or thought. But yeah, this is so him. This is so him because it makes me think of Our Last Days, right? The documentary series with that guy who, I think Clouds was the movie that came out of that. The guy that made the song, that I think the actor in it finished the song. I think so. Because the main guy, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to say guy so many times. I'm sorry, hold on. Just realized you see all my like tabs, Meisner and career and stuff. Not, I mean, you can't see anything specific, but it still feels like, oh, my private things. I think Clouds. Yeah. Yep. I'm pretty sure there was a video of this guy, Finn Argus, and he eventually finished Zach, right? That was his name? Zach Zach Sobiech. His song that he also had like all these musicians like Jason Mraz, Justin had like singing his song to him before he passed away and all this stuff. So like it was just so him. It was in May, so it's interesting because by that point she had kind of taken over. So I don't know, maybe he was like in disbelief, still thinking that's not gonna happen. But yeah, they went with Taylor Swift. Yeah, which I think. Love the song. It was on the right track, but it wasn't made for this movie. This is why when you make songs for a specific movie, it's so much better because, yeah, I mean, My Tears Ricochet is actually, it's not the best song, but whatever. Taylor Swift, whatever. The musical of it, the like instrumental of it is pretty nice, whatever. I don't know. I think it was perfect in the trailer. It didn't work in the actual movie, and a lot of songs didn't work in the actual movie. This is why you make a score for the movie rather than just add some famous songs like Lana Del Rey and whatever else. The one guy that was supposedly an SHer or DVer or something, that they included that person's song into the movie. I don't know, whatever. But there you go. Sometimes I find new stuff. All right. The third point. My source said Blake, hands down, is the worst person both they and their AD friends have ever worked with by far. Nothing new. But if you listen to Ari and Manuel, he would be like, that's not possible. Everyone loves Blake. And I'm sorry if you can you hear my screeching, not song, chair. Gosh, my brain. Sorry about the screeching, if you can. Just a miserable person who takes her misery out on others. I don't need to go into detail here, most likely, but essentially, everything you've heard or read is true and then some. Extremely insecure and will project and take out her emotions on everyone around her. It makes me think of the clip with her and Ryan walking the red carpet, and she had like a clip in her hair still, and she threw a fit when she realized that the hair people or assistants, no one took it out, including Ryan. Did Ryan not look at her? But although he might have just assumed that was part of the outfit, because it kind of looked like part of the outfit, no one would have known. I guess maybe super fashion people would know. I wouldn't have known. I thought it was part of the outfit because it was like silver, like the outfit or something. But it makes me think of that. And then she kind of played it off like, oh, just joking, whatever. Man, she's an awful person to be around if that's like the case. Like, oh gosh, the energy, to be constantly on eggshells, and to have someone who can be so loving and so charming and so smiles and radiating like she does, and then in a moment she can snap and be vicious. And I understand some people snapping where it's rare or it's even provoked, but when it's also a lot of it is around like vanity type stuff or self-centered stuff. Oh, this is, part of all that I've seen online so far and part theory, so it's not necessarily true. um yeah, anyways. um Very threatened by attractive females or anyone who makes eye contact with her the wrong way, going to Jamie's point. Very insecure about her body, wardrobe, how she looked the entire time. We saw that in the text message, which made them run behind most days since she was in most scenes. Very, very, very negative energy. Apparently, Justin was terrified of her, as were all the heads of each department, to the point that all the department heads would filter their comments, concerns, feedback, issues through Justin to communicate to Blake because they were terrified of her. Poor scapegoat. Tough life of the director. His responsibility ultimately. Poor Justin. If this is true, we don't know for sure. This is what this person says, remembers, etc. Or that their friend says and remembers. She did make people cry on this set too, so she had to constantly waste time doing other people's jobs, being the messenger. Oh, sorry. He had to constantly waste time doing other people's jobs, being the messenger, because they were too afraid to or were worried they'd be fired if they told her to adjust, change something. This is totally believable. Again, we don't know this for a fact. It's just very believable, which stressed Justin out too, it sounds like. I genuinely believe that man was full of anxiety every day and just overwhelmed, because I'm trying to be fair. He was also acting. Directing, acting is not easy to do them both. And he was also doing a lot of other jobs, wearing hats, because it sounded like no one wanted to deal with Blake directly. I mean, he looks like this movie. He looks like a president looks like after 4 years in office or 8 years in office. And he looks like in 2 years he aged a lot. A lot. A lot. Like skinnier, which, you know, could be other reasons too, but he just looks scrawny. Like, what I mean by scrawny, not just skinny, but that, you know, like unhealthy, svelte kind of look. Um, Gray hair, just everything. Even in that picture, he looked a little better, but still, I mean, yeah. Man, this sounds terrible. This sounds like a horrible experience. And you know, it's like so crappy in a way that you and me, if we would go to an acting job, we would so be fired. We would never work again if this was us. So why, when you reach a certain caliber, why are you allowed to act this way? I'm so tired of money talking. I'm so tired of that. And power. Because I don't think it's just money. Those two can be together, but I think it's like a lot more things. And yeah, I'm just so tired of that. This is so bad. No one should be entitled to act this way if this is true. Again, we don't know. I keep feeling like I need to say that. Yeah. Anyways. But also, like, they were saying that he had to be the messenger, etc. And then they complained that it was that he is green, and so they kind of contradicted themselves. But it sounds like very believable because that's what people do. It's like, oh man, this guy couldn't do his job right, and this is why. This is what happened, and they don't realize that their story contains like a pretty, you know, insightful, important moment that, you know, applies to why they thought he was not good at this. But if he had to like be the messenger and walk on eggshells, and he like had her send a lot of text messages at first, and he had to deal with that, and then he had to deal with like everyone on set going to him and all this, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Blake got 2 sets of ADs, first and second, fired. There were 3 teams in total over the course of the shoot. Why? She blamed them for why production was behind and why the studio was losing money, since ADs are in charge of running the schedule. Which is true, but girl, it sounds like you were the problem. I'm starting to get into character here. But no one would stand up to her or rein her in, which it sounded like she was desperately needed, like it was desperately needed. My source was particularly close to the first AD that began working on the shoot at the start. It's a female, and Blake apparently was so nasty to her. Apparently, she's somewhat attractive female and very, very professional, experienced, that Blake considered, that the AD considered leaving because Blake was so nasty to her, but wound up being fired instead. Sucks. I almost feel like, darn it, you know, that kind of sentiment, like, why didn't I leave first? I asked time and time again, is there any chance SH or anything creepy or untoward was done by Justin or anyone on the set? And they kept saying no. Apparently, when the New York Times article dropped, my source and other people and friends they had kept in touch from the set were all texting each other like, WTF, because they felt completely gaslit. Not the correct use by any means, but okay. And were questioning their memories of certain scenes she described in her complaint and thinking, hey, that's not what happened, or that's not how it went. A lot of, what's the difference, people? But okay. A lot of ADs involved felt sick to their stomach and scared, worried they'd never be hired again given the allegations she made, because it also made them look incredibly unprofessional, horrible, if that behavior was in fact occurring and they did nothing. There was a lot of group chatter amongst the crew that went around via text, but the overall consensus couldn't stop it. The overall consensus was confusion, shock, and struggling to try to recount any possible moment where Justin could have said or did anything to anyone on set that made them feel uncomfortable. but the general consensus was absolutely not. Blake is an effing crazy person. Why is she doing this? And just general panic, confusion, and fear for their own careers, livelihoods, and getting hired again, which that is absolutely super, super, super real. You know, we do talk a lot about the people that are directly involved in the lawsuit and how it has and will affect them. What about these people? Because it's not even when they spoke out, but even before that, they could have been affected. Whispers could have been had, like, oh, these ADs weren't good, don't hire them, by Blake, right? If she indeed fired them. So this is like a fight that, again, if this is true, not only was he the messenger and everyone, he was responsible in the end for everyone, and he had to deal with her and all this stuff, but here we are again. And if this is true, then also the lawsuit, all of this is still on his shoulders. Sorry. You have Jamie Heath as well in it, and Wayfair as a whole, and Jennifer Abel and Melissa Nathan, but a little different for them too. So he's not completely alone in it. But it seems like he still has the weight of, all of these people being safe, continuing their careers, and just et cetera, et cetera. Which maybe is why, he might, we don't know. Sometimes, maybe it was just a coincidence, but maybe why no one has spoken up if he's really taking it seriously and he's advising them don't, not only for legal reasons and tactics, whatever, but also because, like, just save your career and all that stuff. Like, don't get dragged into this. There was an interesting story, I think today, on Taylor Swift doing something similar, where she was not interacting with most friends so they wouldn't get dragged into it. Why would that happen? Why would that happen? That sounds extremely unlikely. Like, if there's an end to people being deposed. You can't, I guess, I don't know. I feel like you can't depose, like, everyone's mother and uncle and, dog. It still has to be somewhat closely related to the lawsuit and the core issues and the core group of people. Like, it can't just be anyone, you know? Just like they're probably not going to depose every bodyguard and all that stuff. Maybe not. But the ones that are directly involved, they were reported to be on certain dates that were key dates or certain moments, etc. So, but even that's even more relevant than, like, all of Taylor Swift's friends. And if that's the case, doesn't that sound guilty too? Right? I feel like that sounds like something is there. What are you protecting your friends from being dragged into it? Maybe it's just like precaution, but yeah. I also think that I this is super suspicion or theory, opinion, not really based on facts, or based on facts, but my interpretation of facts or whatever. But I would suspect that not Blake, Taylor is just very lovey-dovey with Travis and is just focusing on that because that's what I think she does. Like, I believe, I don't know why I believe this, she hyper focuses on the new guy or this, like the shiny new toy. And I don't mean to say that he's her toy, wrong choice of words, but, like kids do, or like dogs do, or like innocent creatures do, where they like, get so excited about, like, the new toy, or like, I don't know, for me it's food. Like, oh, I get the new food and I want to eat only that one. That's kind of what I feel like she does. So it might be some of that and some of like she probably would have done this anyways, and maybe this is like an excuse. Like, yeah, guys, that's why I'm not talking to you. But she's really just in her little love bubble, or because they haven't really had that much time to like breathe because she was on tour and he was like practicing and whatever. So yeah. Oh god. Sorry. Okay. Number 6, almost the end. I also asked about pushed for was there an affair? My source said not that they knew of unless something went down in their trailers or Blake's penthouse, which duh. Where else would have gone? It would have been in private, people. Anyways, when no one else was around. They said their honest impression of Justin was that he was a nice guy and overcompensated in huge ways to make Blake happy and was always complimenting her, smiling, etc. To be nice to her. Why was nice capitalized? Because it was better for all of their sakes if she was in a good mood, and Justin picked up on that early on. Giving toxic and worse. My source personally thinks, as do the ADs, that Justin was terrified of her or making a mistake, making her angry, and they personally did not get the sense from Justin that he was very attracted to her, only that he wanted her to like him and behave. I mean, honestly, from what we've seen, why would someone be attracted to her? Like, yeah. Anyways, a little more information I forgot to add. 7. Another thing my source said was when I was asking about the rest of the cast, their dynamic, they felt like any other actor who was a part of the main cast, like Jenny Hassan, I forget his name, etc., might have lost a bit of respect for Justin for just how for not no sorry for just not having an air of authority around him and treating them more like friends than a director professional and having control over them. Edit 2. Oh, one more thing. My source did mention Ryan's presence on set, which everyone was weirded out about. In Video Village, that's the area where all the director, producers, writers, if present, AD sometimes are hanging out watching the monitors of what is going on, etc. Also important, guests of honor will sit there. Essentially, everyone who is important is given their little folding chair. Sometimes cast members will be there too in between scenes if they don't want to go back to their trailers and such. All right. The one thing I didn't do was this was 4 days ago. So, unlike that other Reddit post, I will say that that one was posted before we all talked about it. It was posted before it was picked up in the complaint, like all the details, etc. So I would take this with a grain of salt, but not too much salt. It's not good for you. Honestly, it just sounds very probable. It doesn't sound like, I mean, they do paint Blake in a bad light, but it doesn't sound like anything that we haven't heard and seen directly from her or heard from so many other sources working from her before. So I don't know. They went with T Swift. Who went with T Swift? I don't know. Wow, that was a long one. I'm sorry. I just really wanted to read it all too and give my 2 cents because this is why I'm here. Also, again, this is not sponsored by this. I'm not sponsored by anyone. But if you want, I talked about this the other day. If you want, what did I say? Cocoa Puffs that are organic, and I believe they don't have, they have tapioca syrup and not the corn syrup thing. try it out. I actually tried to have this tonight instead of, I usually kind of combine, because I got the Cocoa Puffs initially, and then I got this because I saw this. And I usually combine them so I can, like, eat through the Cocoa Puffs. And I always get like stomach aches and things. And I was like, oh, I wonder if it's the corn syrup. So I just ate that. So far, pretty good. But again, not sponsored. But yeah, okay. So the last thing, Bohemian Diva had this. What are their names? But she had Blake's name, Balake. It was the Key and Peele. Yes, it was a skit that they did, I guess. And I was like, oh, that's such a good name, like good nickname for her. It's not like mean, like, you know, Snake Blake or whatever people say. I don't like those things. I don't like that. That's so low. Don't do that to yourself. Keep your own self in a good place. Don't sink low. I mean, I sink low sometimes too. I'm not going to say that I don't, but I try not to. But yeah, Balake was like a really cool, smart one. Okay, so the last thing on the bleak thing is the purchase order. Gosh darn it. What is it? The protective order. All right. Where did I? Okay. So back to sharing. This is, which one is this? Oh, this is this is the explanation memorandum. I'm not going to really cover this too much. I'm just going to give the highlights and things that I wanted to point out as well. But watch, oh, what's their name? Ask Two Lawyers. Ask the number two lawyers on YouTube. I really just watched their take on this because they don't go through it. Watch Lauren if you want to. I believe she reads through it. She usually reads through all of these documents, and it's also awesome. But I just wanted to understand it really quick, and then from a lawyer perspective to understand, because this is getting a lot very specific and technical, lawyer technical. So I'm like, I don't know that I'm understanding this right if I just do it myself. So they pointed some other things out, but I only highlighted this kind of part because this was, so they had four categories, and I highlighted them here. The four categories that could be attorney eyes only are trade secrets, security measures taken by parties or third parties, medical information of parties or third parties, and highly personal and intimate information about third parties, and highly personal and intimate information about parties other than information directly relevant to the truth or falsity of any allegation in the complaints in this case. Those are the four categories that are approved for attorney's eyes only. And that last one, the most challenging one, is highly personal and intimate information about third parties, and highly personal and intimate information about parties other than information directly relevant to the truth or falsity of any allegation in the complaint in this case. This case involves allegations of SH and retaliation related to such harassment. Lively has asserted claims for damages in the form of emotional distress. Some information of a personal and intimate nature regarding the parties will inevitably have to be shared with persons other than the attorneys. The parties who are making the accusations or who are the subject of the accusations have a right to participate in the prosecution and defense of the claims. The attorneys have a need to consult with their clients. At the same time, however, it is in the nature of discovery that the net will be cast wide and that each side will be forced to disclose to the other information of a sensitive, personal, and intimate nature that is not necessary or even relevant to the prosecution or defense of the claims. The point is even more apparent with respect to non-parties. Those persons have not signed up for this lawsuit. But by virtue of Rule 45 subpoena power, they will inevitably be brought into it. And their personal information, which may be contained in the documents to be discovered, may well be the least centrally relevant to the determination of this action. In order to facilitate the flow of discovery, an AEO provision is appropriate for that category of information. Before the parties make attorney's eyes only. Before the parties make an AEO designation, the protective order places on them the burden of determining that the information is not directly relevant to an allegation in the pleadings. For non-parties, no such burden is appropriate. They are entitled to designate all information in this category as AEO, attorney's eyes only, placing the burden to demonstrate the importance of the information for the prosecution or the defense of a claim on the counsel seeking to disclose the information to her client. Her and his client. So I think that was all in this one. And this had a little bit more. But headlines are Blake won this. The protective order was from both parties, by both parties, agreed upon or seeked, wanted, whatever. So she didn't win more than they won. As far as the attorney's eyes only, the lawyers in this case asked two lawyers that I'm talking about. They said it is a win for Baldoni much more than for Lively. But the headlines are saying Blake won. Blake won. So that particular paragraph, it does sound like Taylor Swift won. Discovery material other than deposition, transcripts, and exhibits. With respect to the confidential or AEO portion of any discovery material other than deposition, transcripts, and exhibits, the producing person or that person's counsel may designate such portions as confidential or AEO by stamping or otherwise clearly marking as confidential or attorney's eyes only the protected portion of a matter in a manner that will not interfere with legibility or audibility. And B, producing for future public use another copy of said discovery material with the confidential information redacted. Which why is that not enough for these people? But I guess like as far as like for the lawsuit part, the like defense and prosecution, all that, I get, but it seemed like it was more for the public. I don't know, whatever. With respect to the deposition transcripts, a producing person or that person's counsel may designate such portion as confidential or AEO by either indicating on the record during the deposition that a question calls for confidential discovery information, in which case the reporter will bind the transcript of the designated testimony consisting of question and answer in a separate volume and mark it as confidential information governed by protective order or attorney's eyes only information governed by protective order, or by notifying the reporter and all counsel of record in writing within 30 days after a deposition has concluded of the specific pages and lines of the transcript and or the specific exhibits that are to be designated confidential or attorney's eyes only, in which case all counsel receiving the transcript will be responsible for making the copies or marking the copies of the designated transcript or exhibit, as the case may be, in their possession or under their control as directed by the producing person or that person's counsel by the reporter during the 30-day period following the conclusion of a deposition. The entire deposition's transcript will be treated as if it had been designated confidential or attorney's eyes only. Which makes sense. That feels like a long time. 30 days is a long time. It's a long time. So us, the public, won't get that transcript until after 30 days, when they really make sure that nothing is open to the public that shouldn't be, that is confidential or attorney's eyes only. That part makes sense to me. It feels like so much 30 days. Like, maybe if you have like deposition after deposition, like, depositions every single day or every single, however many hours. I don't remember what Suits did. That's kind of what Elsie was saying too. It's like that's my extent of legal knowledge, watching a lot of Suits episodes. Yeah. I used to also, back in the day, Boston Legal, but that was even less about lawyers. Sorry, that was only about lawyers, but nothing about law. Oh boy, 90s and early 2000s. So, what do you think? Was this Justin win, Wayfair win? Was it a Blake win? I will say, if I was Wayfair, I would. There are things that I would want attorney's eyes only. And I don't think, again, I think my theory was that the reason they were fighting this was because they don't expect many things to be that way, because their dirty laundry has already been exposed to such extent. And so they're like, well, you know, go back to that. Like, why don't you get to have that same opportunity for your dirty laundry to be exposed? And they wanted to have the burden of fighting something on the people that designated attorney's eyes only. And in their case, when it comes down to them wanting that to go to the judge and present it, because in their mind, I think, at least how it was presented, they weren't expecting many instances of that. Meanwhile, Blake's side, no surprise, felt like everything is more, it'll be too many things that they will want private. Win for Justin. Hi, Arnaldo. Win for Justin and Justin. Yeah. I personally feel like uh part of me, this last part at least, part of me feels like that's a Blake win. But the rest of it is yeah, I mean, a lot of the category parts, trade secrets, sorry, I didn't even read that. Confidential business plans, marketing plans, and strategies for clients other than the parties in the litigation, and other than it's related to It Ends With Us. That was in the other one. Confidential business projects or leads on projects for clients other than the parties in this litigation. Confidential creative projects or ideas other than those involved in this litigation. And this one had the footnote too. Where is it? To be clear, marketing plans regarding It Ends With Us cannot be designated AEO given the central relevance of such information on this case. Sorry, so I mean, I didn't go and watch the Ask Two Lawyers, or like I said, I haven't seen it yet. I have to catch up on so many of the YouTuber creators' videos, but I'm pretty sure Lauren would have read this, or her and what's his name, the Tilted Lawyer or something, and or him. So yeah, but yeah, I think personally, I would probably have felt like, yeah, she won more than she lost, um, because those were the four areas that they wanted the attorney's eyes only, and that's what they got. So I don't know, but yeah, whatever. I think it goes in both of their flavors. I have something with the word favor. So we'll see. We'll see how this changes, and we'll see what's next. What's next? Did they say what's next? Are the depositions starting soon? What is after this? I know also saw, sorry, where did I put it? Yeah. new filings just before I got, or just after I got on here. I was live and it popped up. Okay. So this, I'm very curious what this one is. But the other one was, I believe it's this one, the 27. No. Wait, that's another one. I think it was the 26th, where Blake Lively was like, no, motion to dismiss again the amended complaint, the amendment of the complaint. Leslie Sloan, yeah, the amended complaint must be dismissed due to group pleading. And again, I feel like, didn't they already tackle this? Isn't this like repeating themselves? So we'll see. Let's see if these are, I think it's this one. 127, yeah. Is this consolidated plaintiffs, Wayfair Studios, blah, 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 to dismiss. Okay, so this is Wayfair, right? In opposition to dismiss the dismissal. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, that's so many things. Pietistic bastion. How do you start like that? Come on. Why do you do that? I don't even know. Did I pronounce those names right? A pietistic bastion of the media establishment. The NYT has long presumed itself beyond accountability. Wait, I want to see, what does this mean? Oh, I can't do it. Shoot. Wait. Okay. I guess because it's not a website. Not here. The NYT went past merely reporting on plaintiff Blake Lively's California Civil Rights Department complaint and actively vouched for the veracity of its false narrative. The fair report privilege the NYT seeks to hide behind does not protect it from liability for maliciously colluding with Lively and her cohort to publish a false and defamatory hit piece about the Wayfair parties, wrongly casting them as villains and making them scapegoats for Lively's well-publicized media missteps. This is getting so confusing because we have 3 different lawsuits basically under the same umbrella. We have the smear campaign, which is kind of like, oh yeah, there's a stage, but basically it's about the smear campaign in Blake's own words. When she filed that complaint, that's what her representation was saying. Like, Blake intends to, prove, to make other women coming forth feel safe against retaliation and smear campaigning and whatever. So yeah. And then we have the New York Times one, which is, I think, right, officially under this one too, like under the same umbrella since last week. And then we have Leslie Sloan and the PR stuff, which also Leslie Sloan, was it Leslie Sloan? No, Jones, Stephanie Jones. Stephanie Jones also has her own lawsuit. What happened to that one? I haven't really looked for that one. I don't think that's part of this, right? That's its own thing towards, did it go anywhere? Or did it just stop at the complaint? I think it just stopped. It just stalled. They're probably like, oh my gosh, just slow down. Too many things. But it's getting very confusing. To me, at least, this is a lot. If she spoke about Justin to Taylor or about the film, it's fair game. She wanted 2 years. The judges denied that. Oh, yeah. The 2-year subpoena. 2 years wouldn't have made much sense. Also, in one of the hi P, welcome. Or if you've been in the bushes like you have been lately, still welcome. Also, in one of the legal docs, there's mentions of a nanny, but if you Google if the Reynolds have a nanny, it tells you they don't. Yeah. You know what I found interesting? Because what is this girl's name? What is this girl's name from TikTok? Someone tell me, please. Because I'm so bad at like finding, searching, talking. I'll try my best. But the girl mentioned the nanny. there's this whole thing about calling Blake Plantation Princess, how there was a commercial or whatever to A Simple Favor, the first one, with her having legs on this one guy's back. And it was alluded to it symbolizing that they were a black man. And I didn't see it because they were all kind of the same color. Like she and him were the same color, and it was dark in the fireplace, but maybe I didn't see it right. Because he isn't, but I think he's like Hispanic or something. There's this whole like racism thing, and it was interesting because this person, um, whatever this TikTok Blake. Okay, I'm gonna have to like look it up. um, of course, that guy who keeps like imitating, doing parodies of Blake keeps coming up. This is this is what comes up. Of course, I didn't put this really well. Oh, who is this? What is this? Who's that? Is this the one?
Hello again. Just a couple of quick updates. So I'm sharing like
Kate. I like her Instagram or her TikTok name. But yeah, also this also makes me feel like this is a little exaggerated, if not made up, because if I was traumatized, if I was fighting for my life, if I was fighting for my truth, I wouldn't be saying this. But again, I've seen so many people do really weird comments and really weird jokes. But yeah, just your average girl who got called fat by Khaleesi's dragons. Okay. But yeah, she was saying that, because now I can pull up.
Did Blake Lively's
No. She pulled up the stories. So you mentioned. Oh.
Well, pass this along to.
Where is it?
Okay, couple comments like this saying there as well after South by Southwest. Maybe I recorded something they didn't. Our car gets the car information. Okay, I think that goal. Okay, that is all. That is up to you.
This is the random pixelation.
Okay, this one. You know thing. If you just commenting on my eyes, I see your comments. They will be deleted. This is not a place for hate. I've gotten barely any sleep the past couple nights because of all this.
Don't delete.
Okay, let's go through the story view since you all.
Don't delete hate comments. This is just my personal thing. I got hate comments. It was not fun. It was really painful. It affected me. I cried. I cried a little bit. It kind of stopped my breathing a little bit. It sucks. And the more you get them, I hear that the less it matters. Or, not that the less it matters, but the less they get to you until you get something crazier and whatever. I just don't like people deleting anything. I don't delete any bad photos that I take. I just don't manipulate reality. It happened. People suck. People suck. Sometimes we want to delete. I'm sure a lot of people, if what we just read on Reddit is true, a lot of people wish they could delete Blake Lively from their memory, from ever working with her, from that whole project, and just start over with someone else. It happened. But okay, just don't read it, because yeah, people's mental health is really important. Don't read the comments. I don't know. And also, people stop writing just stupid, mean stuff. Like, get over yourselves. I was going to say, I don't know. But yeah, anyways.
All went to see them. So this one was the very first one I noticed. Obviously, this is the Hotel GM, as we've discovered. I found that through LinkedIn by just a quick search of her name.
The hole that I feel like I want to poke into this is like, I wouldn't have not remembered these people. There are a lot of people that she mentions. I would have not remembered to look people up or, to like scroll. She has also 216 people that viewed over here her story. I understand her wanting to go through because, like, oh, is anyone watching me because I just posted this or whatever. But I don't know. I guess prompts for her having
And as you can see up here,
I do. I don't know.
Similar to one of the two nannies that we saw. Okay, this one's interesting. Then I noticed this one, she looked familiar, and I ended up looking her up on Facebook. So I think some people are saying LinkedIn, but this one I just searched her name on Facebook and it came up, and she had public information that she was a nanny, a family assistant, household manager, and again, she looked very similar to one of the two nannies that we saw.
She looked very similar. I don't know. This part just kind of rubs me the wrong way. And also, the whole thing about the whole conversation that's like kind of annexed to the whole conversation around Blake Lively and the lawsuit is this whole racism past, or, maybe even not overt racism. What's the other one where you don't realize that you're racist? So that makes me feel a couple of different ways. One, this kind of feel like if she doesn't, because someone was saying she doesn't relate to, maybe it was the Bohemian Diva, she doesn't relate to anyone, she doesn't hang out with anyone that's not white, basically, and especially that's black. Like, she doesn't have any friends, anyone in her circle. And if that's true, that's odd with the nanny. A, that you would choose that, and B, kind of makes it feel a little bit like the plantation stuff. That might be a little too scandalous for this channel, but it just didn't sit well with me. And also, it might not be true. Again, like, and this other one, like, this person didn't even have a picture.
Okay, this one's interesting. Somebody actually pointed out, so this one and the other one, so Beretta Lynn and Birdie Louise, the initials are a little suspicious, if you can make that connection. I had not made that connection until somebody commented it down below. These were two of the first. I actually think maybe these ones, I didn't see this one before the hotel GM and the nanny, but maybe these ones were already there and I just hadn't seen them yet. But yeah, definitely suspicious with the initials. That's all I'm going to say.
Please say more. Girl. If that doesn't sound like you're not helping yourself, that sounds like you're not helping yourself. The initials were what? SL.
See this one before?
SLC? What initials are that? Also, I do like the name or whatever, Beretta Lynn. I don't know, it sounds really cool. But like, what initials are that? I can't think of anything. So yes, do say more. It's like, oh, WIS. Just getting off this bag. Like, oh, if you don't know those initials, I don't know what I'm gonna tell you. Like, what? Yeah. Doesn't have any, like, initials. What? Beretta Lynn. It's a full name. Anyways, my dog just snorted. Okay. Anyways, but yeah, so that's that person. I didn't see you were live until now. I'll be listening, but I'll also do the reply to you. Cool. Yeah. And I don't know if it says if I'm live, if I go live, like I make the live that moment, or if I schedule it or whatever. Maybe it like slips through the cracks. Also, in one of the legal docs, there's a mention of a nanny, but if you Google, that's how I got distracted. Sorry. Okay, let me go back to to that. I mean, Google is not everything either. If it's in here, I'm sure that it's in here. Oh, and I was going to go into that. Wait, where am I? Go back. Go. I mean, I'm talking to myself. What? Wait, is it in this one? Probably not, right? I don't think I found anything right in this. No results found. Sorry, that I'm new to this view. Not print. It's probably one of the other ones, right, that you're talking about. It's probably not that one. Not these protective orders. Anyways, I did saw. I did saw these. I'm curious about this sunshine. What is this sunshine thing? I, Jason Sunshine, pursuant to something that I don't understand, hereby declare as follows. I am an associate of Linear Friedman Tatelman and Cooley, LLP, attorneys for Consolidated Plaintiffs, Wayfair Studios. We're not going to read all of that. I submit this declaration to annex documents relevant to the Wayfarers Party, opposition to the motion filed by Consolidated, defend the New York Times to dismiss. Okay, so this is their thing. Annexed as Exhibit 1 is a certified transcript of a video entitled The Waging of an Alleged Smear Campaign Against Blake Lively, published on the website of the New York Times on December 21st, 2024, and narrated by Meghan Towey. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Oh, this one. Okay. So this is a transcript, right? The movie ends with us starting Blake. This is the video that we saw. Sorry, I'm having a hard time. Okay, getting this one leg under me. This is the video that they posted, right? That was maybe recorded much earlier than it was posted, and I also never heard of it until later. I didn't even see. I don't know. I wasn't that invested. I was having some other big issues. Wasn't invested in this like I am now. In a legal complaint Lively filed on Friday, private text messages and other documents that we've obtained reveal what really happened. Yeah, it was that video. Okay, so he's just like putting. This is interesting. Is this like however many times, or no, the minute that these things were mentioned? Huh. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. I'm sorry, I'm just geeking out over this. That's really cool. Oh. Okay. And then you have the transcriber. So nothing huge on this. It's just like saying this happened. All right. So we'll see what they say about it. Yeah. All right. Okay. You made it. Oh, that ad. Nah, the model is white. That picture is weird. Yeah. The whole campaign of putting men in weird positions, it's icky in my opinion. Absolutely. Yeah. That was like, to me, that was what that was looking like. It was like, here we go again. Why are we doing this? Why are we torturing men? It's just so, I don't even know what word to use. It's so disgusting. That whole idea, and you thinking, even if that's not her stance, although I feel like it's her stance and her personal like value system, but like even if it's not and you're just doing this for views, why promote that kind of crap? It's so disgusting, so gross. Both racism and also like gender stuff. Like she looks pathetic doing that to, people that are most people. She looks pathetic because she looks like someone who's not done the self work, and she has a bunch of resentment that she's taking out on these men and making it look cool and evolved and like activist or whatever, and that's not what it all looks like to people that are, I think, the majority of people. So I learned the statistic today. Knew this, didn't put it together until this video, and then I'm not sure how it has evolved over time, but 50%, we know kind of the idea that 50% of marriages end up in divorce, and that number grew, but I think it's fallen because also a lot more people don't get married that much. But yeah, but those were the statistics that have been for a bit. And then 50%, just a little bit under 50% of people are securely attached. And that's not a coincidence. Because to be securely attached means you have good conflict resolution skills, you know how to meet your own needs, you have healthy boundaries, not too much, not non-existent boundaries. You know how to communicate, you know how to get through tough times and communicate through tough times, and like really, partner up when it needs and all that stuff. So I guess maybe not most people, if we go by that. But not only secure attached people are, and that's also fluctuating through time. We constantly can change our attachment, or our brain constantly evolves, and depending on our surroundings. But not only 50% of, you don't have to just be securely attached to be able to spot someone who's triggered, who's taking out vengeance on, you know, pain points that they have, being just hating men. And I don't really understand where it's coming from, just from the fact that it seems like she had so much power from the beginning. It's hard for me to see that she was mistreated, or whatever catcalling is, I forget now, but like that kind of stuff, I don't see it, because she has so much power to, with her family, to fire anyone, to take over anything, to silence anyone, maybe besides like Harvey Weinstein type, which she said, well, he didn't do anything to me, nothing happened, when I was concerned with him, but that sucks for other people, basically. She said it a little nicer than that. But so someone that's like that big, I don't know. So it makes me hard to understand where this men hating thing comes from. And it could be not projection, but like her taking on this persona of men hating because that's the cool thing to do. And that's how she understands feminism to be. And it's working for her. It's getting her the clicks and the views and the engagement. Like, oh, people like me saying this. Like, because you get a lot of the women probably like, yeah, put a guy in his place, etc., etc. So maybe to her is like, ooh, this makes me feel good. I'm loved. I'm accepted. I'm liked, etc., etc. So maybe that's where it's coming from. Or maybe she did have her own issues in her time with how men looked at her, treated her, etc. She is beautiful too. So yeah. Um, but I don't know that it's as like big or to warrant even this. I don't know. Who knows? Or maybe it's a combination. It was like a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and then here we are. But it's still discussing, and she should go seek therapy and actually put that, attorney's eyes only thing into. Um, she probably had a therapist sign that she went to see. She started seeing a therapist because of this. I bet you that's what happened. And some people are crooked. But yeah. But she should really seek a therapist instead of taking it out on men, on actors, on directors, on all the cast and crew around her, on other people, on her husband maybe. Or I'm not saying that, Ryan's a victim by any sort of means. He needs his own therapy too. But instead of taking it out on them and on us and just not lifting people up, not lifting women up, not lifting feminism, not, actually making differences and, moving the world forward to be more equal and to be more fair and just and stuff, you need to do the work in order to be able to do that. You're not doing that. You're doing the opposite. You're keeping people down to a level that we need to get out of. No one needs to hate on anyone. We need to work together. We need to respect one another. That's the key word that maybe it's hard for her to understand, respect. Yeah, do you think she might have nannies, Arabia? Yes. I doubt she doesn't. This is another unpopular Arena opinion. By the way, my name is Arina. I noted I didn't even think about this because my channel name is Anari or whatever. However, you probably pronounce it in your head, probably different than I intended it. But yeah, my name is Arina, whichever, the same thing. It's the same word, just different accents. But yeah, so my Arena unpopular opinion moment here is that I don't know that she's very mom. I don't know that she's with her kids that much. This is just complete speculation. Seeing this one behind the scenes clip, and I'll try to pull it up actually, of her on It Ends With Us. Gosh, who knows where it was? Probably on YouTube. And with the one child that was whatever her daughter's name was in the movie. And to me, it looked like someone who doesn't have kids, who doesn't think of the kids' comfortability. And this is whether you're acting or not acting, you're this person's mom if you're acting, and you're a mom in real life with another person's kid if you're not acting. I would imagine you would have this instinct to take care of them and to be extra loving or encouraging or make sure they're okay, or this yeah, protective sort of thing. And I didn't see this in that. But again, this was a short clip, so maybe I just didn't see a lot. Maybe it was just a bad moment. I'm not saying moms are perfect or, a lot of moms more and more speak about, oh my gosh, a weekend away from my kids would be amazing. And that used to be a terrible thing. And we're learning more and more no, let's be real here, especially if you have more than one kid, it gets really hard. Let's see if I can find it. Probably not. Oh, gosh, I don't even know what to search. Just maybe behind the scenes. I'm gonna just share my screen so it's not completely. Also, did I talk about Robin Lively? Did I? Maybe I know that I had it somewhere, but I didn't maybe get to it. That it was interesting that, because where was she in the movie? Because she's in this. Photographers, all the paparazzis. But yeah, I don't even remember the scene honestly. But I know this so much from all the pictures, behind the scenes kind of pictures of her on the steps with this. I mean, I guess this one's a little more fitted for her character, but this awful the shoe stuff get to me. I don't know, whatever. But this is Robin Lively. I did show you another one. Yeah. So I don't understand what is going on, but I also see in that one Justin's so over it. He's just standing there mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh gosh, why did it go away? Come back, Arrow. No. Freaking Arrow. All right. So it was in that. I'm pointing. You see where I'm pointing? I just don't want to leave the arrow. It was with dreams. And also it might just be with other people's kids too or whatever. Okay, not about the outfit here. Let's move on. Okay, this is okay. Not. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, so but I imagine she definitely has nannies at least at some points. Even if she's a great mom, like she's a working mom on sets and everything. So if you can afford it why not? It doesn't have to be full time either, you know? So okay, well. Also I heard my friend said that she cut Britney's famous dress. And to me, that screamed like really bad narcissistic entitlement. And I'm not calling her a narcissist, but that's just like messed up. First of all, it makes her look worse. Anything that's like cut at the ankle, you don't really want that. It doesn't create length and stuff. Don't really want that. But anyways, it makes her look worse. She might just be like taller though. So I hope she didn't cut it, but apparently she did. So I don't know. That was like really like you were talking about how you admire Britney and all this stuff, and then there's that. All right, okay. Sorry. Back to the chat. Um her initial retelling, sorry. That's why she carries her kids awkwardly. Oh my god. Maria, you were saying the same thing that I was saying. Yeah. Sorry. My chat moved up. Didn't see her live. Oh, that ad. The picture is weird. Look out for when she starts selling merch. That's why she carries her kids. Yeah, the TikToker selling merch with the hotel, some hotel catchphrase or whatever. Um, that's why she carries her kids awkwardly, pretty much. Her initial retelling of said events are questionable. The lobby video shows nothing, in my opinion. Yeah, same. Um, if she starts selling fat shamed by Khaleesi Dragons merch, remember this comment. I'll post it over here too. You heard it here first from Rabia. You should start selling that. Get ahead of it. Fat shamed by Khaleesi's Dragons, yeah. Um, no way she had any true black friends with a plantation wedding. She could have made those up and played whoopsie. I don't know initials. Yeah, the initial thing. I don't get the initial stuff. No way she has had black friends. Then they had the nerve to create an antebellum brand. Yeah, yeah, and that's one thing. It's kind of hard to like pull apart, but it is kind of sad, crazy. Oh, someone did see a red one out of 7 votes, 1 or 2 people. Um, what did you think if you saw it? If you can type into the chat. But yeah, that's it's just like really odd to me though. For me to not have diversity in your friend group or like entourage, like even if it's like people that you're working with, like it's crazy to me. And not even just black friends, but like any diverse group. Like it does seem Blake. Um she had the nerve to call it preserve, like I didn't even think of that. Oh my gosh. Like what what are we preserving? Oh my gosh, I didn't even think of that. Maybe other content creators caught on to that way earlier. I didn't think of it at all. That's white feminism. Some people weaponize therapy, i.e., Jonah Hill, who co starred with Blake and accepted. Yeah. Didn't he have that one therapy documentary sort of thing with his therapist? It was kind of odd having been to therapy. It was kind of odd. Not all therapy is the same, and everyone has their own different style and issues and the combination of the two. Yeah, I heard she was in it. I didn't watch this film. Um, Neither did I. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah. This leads us to, I'm going to show this. Can I show this image? Yes. Leads us to some other stuff, other news. Because I'm just like, yes to the therapy documentary. Yeah. Yeah. It was just so weird. I felt uncomfortable watching that. And I didn't, something about that therapist made me feel like wary. I don't know. He made me feel very uncomfortable, kind of in that SH type of way. Like I would feel very not comfortable, not safe with him. But maybe it was like the interaction, because Jonah Hill also has that kind of style and humor and stuff. I don't know. This thing, this made me. I mean, it gave me a big duh. I'm not going to go into it. I saw it because I was looking up how, people are saying, oh, Target boycotts do work, Target stocks down, blah, blah, blah. And honestly, it's interesting because the highest the stock market was, it seems like, when I go into at least Apple stocks and you see Target, Amazon, um, Costco, whatever, it seemed like pretty much everything was the peakest of the peak between like November, more like December, January, and then it's like plummeting. I have no idea of stock markets, and I don't secretly am happy when stock market stuff is bad news. People are like, oh, the stock market is down, or oh, whatever. I just personally don't like the idea of the stock exchange whole thing. I'm just ignorant. I just don't like money that is fictional and just not simply transactional. I have this phone, I give you this phone, you give me, I don't know, cookies. That is a terrible exchange, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm more of a, we should be bartering, sort of, like, I don't like the idea of money, and I don't like the idea of being engulfed by legal gambling, basically, and that people's money should be tied up in that kind of stuff. It's been working for however many, since what, 2030, 2040, to an extent, but yeah, I don't know. My opinions, I'm kind of like a hippie without the schmick stuff. And not violent, although, I don't know, because I hear sometimes that hippies were violent, but that's not the consensus. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, I'm just about like, let's do better, let's grow. Those are my political opinions, or it's not even political opinions. It's like, those are my values. That's what I want to see in the world, is like with the feminism thing with Blake Lively. I want to see people that are not people, sorry, the whole world, all of us, to be higher than we were before. Keep growing, keep getting better, being better than we ever were. Never going back to where we were, because it was always something that wasn't perfect. Just keep striving for better and better and better. And yeah, that to me equals love, being there for each other, being connected, um, not being in opposition with one another, definitely not fighting wars and all the base low stuff. Not, so this is like why it stood out to me, because this person, I don't know if it was this they're talking about basically like the glue is badly placed or cheap or something. But the way that it wasn't in here. Yeah, look at this flimsy situation over here. Again, not too bad, but like, weren't cars out of metal at one point? What is this cheap, like aluminum or plastic or whatever that's, like the houses in the US when they have like bricks? And for a long time, I did believe they were brick houses because in Romania, that's what we would have. If it looks like brick, it is brick. If it walks like a dog, quacks like a dog, it's a dog. In the US, it's like, no, we'll just put a nice little like facade of bricks, but it's really out of wood, you know, and the whole siding thing and stuff. And so I'm just like, I don't do that. But to me, like, this is like, of course, duh. This guy doesn't care about your safety or your like having a quality product. Pretty sure he only cares about profit. I will say that he also seems to care about advancement and like, doing things that have not been done and all the stuff with SpaceX and stuff. I mean, I used to be somewhat of an Elon fan because of what it seemed like he was pushing boundaries that were, no one else could because he was you know, just had the money to do it. And like regulating bodies like NASA and stuff wouldn't be because they would put safety first and they would have a lot more rules and stuff. And he just, was like more bold. And I do appreciate that. But I think things got to him. People sometimes, fame, power, money gets you past what your initial maybe intention was, although there is some bad stuff with him in the past anyways. And just now it's, I feel like, more greed. Like the what does the Cybertruck do that's like, crazy besides accelerate fast or something, so yeah. Um yes, to the therapy documentary, I prefer barter system. Yeah, me too. High five through the lens. Plastic is apparently cheaper. Yeah. And also the whole plastic thing, I don't know. Whatever. All right. And then to top it all off, as much as now that, I think you're all here, Maria and Maria and Arnaldo. I haven't seen, did I see Angel yet? P, if you're still here, all of you. I was saying, because it just hit me that you guys were saying, or some of you were saying that you don't watch 90 Days. Maybe Rabia, you were there too at that time. I did the high five thing back. You just couldn't see it. But I appreciate you telling me because then I imagine it in my head. So we did it in my head. Well, wow, that sounded so bad. That is my first time that I said something that was not meant the way that it came out. No. We did the high five thing in my head. Um but yeah, so I was saying as far as 90 Day Fiance, before I get into the Meghan thing, that it's so interesting that a lot of you guys said that it's too much drama because I'm watching 90 Day Fiance. It's really relaxing. This is something that I've been watching when I have, I'll say the last resort is a little bit more dramatic. But after the Blake Lively stuff, it's kind of like the wind down. It's like, I don't know that anything can be less dramatic or more dramatic than Blake Lively and all that we find. And also the way that content creators like are so like, oh, and this and this and this, that high energy thing. So yeah, but I'm not gonna bore you or like inflict 90 Day Fiance stuff. I will make a separate video or live, about it maybe during some day, like during the day sometimes. Because I do have thoughts and I personally like that because of my fascination with psychology and with, especially when it involves like intercultural things, intercultural, not even differences, but the way that people expect things or don't expect what they should be expecting from intercultural relationships. And yeah, just that kind of area is really fascinating to me. Just the way people interact with one another and the things they let slip through the cracks. When we see it is one thing, and when they're in it is another thing. And yeah, it's just fascinating to me. I love that. So I will definitely like do it another time. But to end tonight's live, which is a long one, but you know, it's been a while since I posted. It feels like weeks, but it's only been 3 days. Meghan. Finished the whole series with Love, Meghan. I don't know if I can pull it up fast. But did you know, this was on TikTok actually, that the whole one pan, you probably knew and I probably didn't know, one pan pot, whatever pasta was Martha Stewart's. And, you know, in today's world, like it really feels like you have to watch, like, is it CGI, whatever, but this one looks very authentically back in the day. Oh, found it. And the thing is, like, okay, she can take it from Martha. She had a lot of things inspired by a lot of different people.
That has taken the internet by. Everybody wants to make the one pot pasta. This is an odd dish because you'll never believe you can cook pasta in so little water with all the other ingredients. So
she just didn't credit Martha Stewart. That's all that I'm trying to say. This is actually from November 2023. The post. This doesn't even have a reference to Meghan. The one that I saw was, you know, Meghan copied this or whatever. But yeah, I do want to try this, although I don't like starch. I was brought up with you rinse the pasta to rinse out the starch. Amidon. That's not healthy for you. It's like, I kind of remember it as toxic, but I think that was just like the translation. And so like I'll try it once, but I'm not gonna try it too many times because yeah. So yeah, so that was like something, I don't know, that I caught. And then I I said, what did I say? Can we talk about series? Very random, really related stuff. Can we talk about series, like shows with episodes that are between like 8 to 12 episodes per season, which is really per year? Can we make a law to prevent that? This is a ridiculous ask. I understand this is complete joke. The only thing that's real is my frustration for that. I watched Friends from start to finish. I had seen like episodes here and there, I think, but not fully. And you could feel the difference, and it's not a good one, when they went from like, I think 40 minutes or a whole hour almost of a show to like 30 minutes, to which a lot of that was commercials. And I can tell, especially because I usually watched it at night when I couldn't sleep, or I put it to fall asleep to. And I would fall asleep, and my timer on iPads is like 15 minutes, you know, the screen time, whatever. And so I would put it, and it would be 15 minutes, and then I would wake up at one point during the night, and I would put another 15 minutes or maybe two others. And suddenly I'm like 5 episodes down. I'm like, I don't remember any of these because I didn't watch them because I was falling asleep. But also, like, what the heck? And I hate shows that only have Meghan had 8 episodes, I kind of can give it to her. This was experimental. We'll see how it goes, kind of thing. Okay. But I hate like actual real series to have only 8 to 12 episodes. I don't care that there are mini movies. Do less crazy filmmaking, big budget filmmaking, and more actual shows, actual storytelling. Sorry. That's like my little soapbox on that. It's better than 22 episodes per season. I think a good compromise is 12 to 18 episodes. Below 10 isn't enough. Did you watch Frasier? They had, I think, Wings. They had 22 episodes per season, and one, it's awesome for binging right now, especially if you're using it to sleep, like a sleep aid. But two, I loved it, and I loved also that you had the summer break, but you had something that was reliable every week. Besides, I think they had a winter break too, right? Back in the day. And maybe like it was an episode that was like a catch up, like let's catch our breath episode of like flashbacks. A lot of these shows had that like once every season or so. But it was something reliable. It was something that you could come to every week. Netflix has tried to do something similar, like giving half, like Bridgerton, I think, did that, and something else where they give you half of the episode. Oh, Hulu with Murders in the Building or whatever. That I don't like. I don't like. No. But if you would release one episode per week, it would be uncomfortable because we're so used to binging. But if you can guarantee me that from September to June, I would have an episode a week, I would meet you there. I would meet you there. CSI and CIS, Criminal Minds, yeah, those have that. I don't like the new TV model. The UK model has messed up US TV, in my opinion. We're lucky if we get 8 episodes now. Yeah. Well, but UK TV, I think they had like enough episodes, but it was just like always limited series, unless they were like Doctor Who. But it was. I'm trying to pull up also with David Tennant. Actually, I love him so much. I love him so much. Also, my hair. I got on earlier and I didn't even look at my hair. It was like drying from my shower. Oh, he's 53. I don't know why I felt like he was older. Broadchurch was amazing. Let's see how many, because this is the one that I thought, because a lot of their shows seem to have, yeah, limited series type things. Episode guide. Okay, yeah, so this has 8 episodes and also a limited series. This is also newer. What, 2013? Okay, not that new. Okay. But yeah, so is that where it's coming from? I don't know. I hate it. Oh, I love Broadchurch, but this should be used sparingly, is what I'm saying. This made sense. They had like a really good arc, blah, blah. Also, by the way, Ted Lasso seems to be back. They're saying that they're coming back. Speaking of British stuff, and I'm like nervous. Monk, yes, I loved Monk too. I'm nervous for Ted Lasso because I didn't think I would love it, and I loved it. Okay. And I loved it so much that I'm oh gosh. In season 4, the folks at AFC Richmond learn to leap before they look, discovering that wherever they land it's exactly where they're meant to be. Okay. Doesn't tell us anything. I also want to find a soccer team to support. I would support Romania's soccer team. I mean, they have a bunch. We haven't been doing that well. Since I was like little, maybe. We've been doing crap. So, I don't know what soccer team to support. And yeah, Doctor Who, even those that are not limited series, right? I thought Doctor Who had like more episodes per season. Oh, but it's short now. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like let's not do this. And they blame, that they're putting a lot more effort, a lot more money. That's like the often told sort of story. And oh, well, now it's like it's $1 million budgets and blah blah blah. People talked about Honora, who a movie I don't like. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. I just felt like it was a waste. Um, that one was a 6 million budget, and then they were saying like that's like one episode in a show nowadays. And again, fine, you have these types of shows. I loved Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch. Actually, the my long life movie, the movie I started back then. Wow, almost 20 years ago. I started writing this movie, and it was inspired by him behind the scenes on Sherlock. Very long story. I'm not gonna give it more away, but um, that show inspired me to go back to film school, or to go to film school in England, and not anywhere else, because I thought that they did such interesting things. And Korea was out of my reach. I don't speak Korean, but Korean TV was also like, whoa, you're doing different, like, cut scenes and all this stuff. And it works and is cool. Yeah. Sorry, we're getting off track. Oh, The Office. I don't like the UK Office. That's the only one that I don't like in the UK. I love Coupling in the UK. Hated Coupling in the US. It didn't even last. They sucked. And I almost wanted to do, I think it was like when I was still pursuing psychology in school. I was like, I want to do or maybe it was like with filmmaking. I want to do like a dissertation or whatever, thesis paper or something on why Coupling failed in the US. What is the difference between British humor that just hits, lands every time, apparently, to me, and American humor that, I mean, it's gotten worse and worse with sitcoms. Sitcoms suck. They're not funny. I was watching The Neighborhood. Speaking of, you know, black friends. And it just felt like the scene of it, the one with Ashton Kutcher too in the woods, or with the log cabin or whatever. That one too, like it feels weird seeing it. Like it doesn't feel like a play reality, and it doesn't feel like a TV show. It feels somewhere in between. I don't like it. And also just the conversations, the writing is just like spoon feeding constantly. Like don't think for ourselves. It's not funny, and it's the laugh track. And yeah, and I mean, those are the examples. I think that was the last sitcom that I watched, The Neighborhood. I think that was the last American sitcom. And then I was like, no, I'm just doing reality TV of crazy people. But yeah, Friends and Frasier, and honestly, even sitcoms that I probably wouldn't have liked, I would like more than now. It's just they were just smarter. So on top of the low episode count, The Office was amazing. Also, didn't think I would like it, especially because I didn't like the British one. Um, but it was amazing. Um, Oh, Monk is your comfort show. The most of the DVDs because streaming is unreliable. Yes, I have thought about that recently. Like, maybe we need to go back. I don't have a CD player, obviously, in my Mac and stuff, but maybe we need to go back to making sure we have. Also, in case this world is going as crazy as it seems like it's going to go, like, we might go back in time, like, for real. We might not have streaming services in the next 4 years. So yeah, Monk. We have Monk. We have the Monk DVDs. um Can't think of other ones now. Just found out Target no longer sells DVDs, Blu-rays in stores, but they sell online. Yeah, because not many people would buy it. Law and Order is my background show. I did put that for my parakeet one time because it was like I came home and I think it was on because I had put I had put the Andy Griffith show in the morning just for a change from the HGTV, more like, wired. And Andy Griffith is like very slow. Is it Griffith or Griffin? I don't know. And so right after that, I think it's on TV Land. In the morning is that, and then it switches to Law and Order. So I came home and I was like, "Is my parakeet learning law and crime?" But yeah, it's I probably would like it. I just haven't sat down with it. I don't know. Then again, I didn't really buy DVDs or Blu-rays from Target anyways, but it was an interesting choice, yeah. And also try not to buy Target nowadays in protest of their DEI choices. You can sleep with that dun dun noise. I mean, it's a calm dun dun. It's a very like nowadays you have like all the shows that are just constant. Even Friends is a little too much for me sometimes, but it's like just like boom boom cut and noise and talking and just so much hecticness. I can see P falling asleep to Law and Order. I'm a big English TV fan. PBS was my go-to channel for British TV. Yeah. Oh, they had like I do want to finish with my Meghan stuff, but yeah, they had oh gosh, Norton. It's not Ed Norton, is it? It's not. Is it Norton? No, Graham Norton. Graham Norton show. Loved it. Him, Craig Ferguson. Yeah, those two people were the ones that I wanted to be on their show as an actor or whoever, like a celebrity. What at that time I was still thinking acting or something, or musician. I wanted to be on their show. Craig Ferguson obviously is not doing that anymore, but Graham Norton is still, and I love his show. If you ever need to like get a pick me up moment, watch any of his shows with any star celebrity, even if you don't know them. He is just so fun and funny. I don't know. Maybe it's just me too, and the audience that enjoys him, but I love him. Yeah, that was on PBS back in the day, and then they turned like BBC America made its own channel, and now and it was like lost a little bit, and then now we have streaming and YouTube TV took it. It's more for when I'm doing chores. Me too. My partner bought 20 seasons of Law and Order. Oh my gosh, 20 seasons from a thrift shop. That's incredible. I mean, that's kind of like soap operas, but it's not soap operas. It's incredible of a show. The exposition makes me laugh. I have 8 tracks and records I inherited from my mom. Law and Order. Um, yeah, I want to. We have like some things for that too. Law and Order films near the courts in downtown Manhattan, where I used to work. Oh, interesting. Um, are they like more than 20 seasons now? That is just amazing. Amazing. Like, also because it feels like such an unpretentious show. Like they just do their dum dum or dun dun, and they just like do their talking and, you know, solving crimes and all whatever. And yeah, it just feels so unassuming. So interesting. No, like big talk about dun dun. In Romanian, we would say tam tam. Like as far as like big show, fireworks, big like look at me kind of thing. That's pretty cool though. Love Graham Norton. He's ridiculously funny. Yeah, yeah. All right. Okay. So quick thoughts on Meghan's show. Um, didn't think that was going to like take us down this rabbit hole, honestly. Hall, rabbit hole. Um, can we get some perspective? Maybe I should hold this on. I'm going to say this, but I'm going to keep on with the things. Probably this will not get quite the same reaction. All this alcohol and the positive reaction to like all the like guests, or especially the women being like offered champagne or whatever, and they're like, oh yes, like totally above tea, that's so much better kind of reaction. And I hope I don't offend anyone, but at the same time, I really believe in this. Especially in the US, there is a problem with alcohol that's just excessive consumption, and the way that it's being used, consistently talked about. Like, if you're winding down, if you had too much, like too stressful of a week or day or whatever, grab a bottle of wine and chill. And that's the way to relax, and especially for women. And the science shows that women are more susceptible to alcohol related problems and deaths. And it takes like less glasses per week to get the same effect as a man. And that could be for various reasons like body mass and stuff. But I think they took account for that, and I don't have those ready. I didn't think of talking about this that in depthly. And so the whole thing, like when I try to like go on friend sites and try to make women friends, women friends, everything's like, yeah, my wine and Netflix. Like, if you're into wine and Netflix, we're going to be friends. And I'm like, get yourself a therapist, girl. Get yourself to a therapist. Get yourself to a, science-based nutritionist. Like, this is not okay. Not okay for someone's health, mental and physical. But it's just the conversation. And so I don't like that she promoted this topic. This is what I'm trying to say with this. Because that's a bigger conversation. And also, just in general, people are drinking more than like scientifically is too much. I think like occasional drinking, like maybe 1 to 2 glasses a week, maybe. They were kind of, I remember it was like in the, what is it, NBHI or NCBHI, I forget the abbreviation. And they were talking like kind of even hesitant to say even that much being, safe. But it's like something that is part of the culture that is just kind of like, well, we've always done it. And it's just so hard for people to like grasp that it could be bad and to let go of. And it's a lot of times so much culturally centered, like Europeans, especially like French. I have French friends, and Italians, like their glass of wine with dinner or whatever. So, there's like a whole bunch to like take in context. So that's like another conversation. I just kind of got on my soapbox, my personal opinion with, based on some facts that I read. But mainly, like, what did Meghan do right? It's kind of like, I feel like there's a lot of things that she did wrong. And I don't hate her. I don't think she deserves all the hate. I don't think that, we should tear her down. I don't think that yet, at least. Nothing that is to the level of what Blake Lively has done with this movie, and again, it's not just this movie, but the pattern that she has done, taking things over. Although she took over Martha Stewart's pasta and, didn't credit Martha. But, whatever. I don't know. That's not the same thing. But she did do her own show, unlike Blake. So far, I don't hate Meghan, and I don't think that people need to hate her or like, be mean. Because there's a difference in poking holes and all the people online that are parodying her. probably didn't pronounce that right, that are making all these parodies. That's all I see on TikTok is people making parodies of her. And I think that's bullying. One off, okay, it's funny, it's like SNL kind of thing, whatever. But to do it consistently, and that guy doing that with Blake too, it's like that's bullying in my opinion. That's not okay. These people are also people, and I don't feel good about all of that. Having said that, I think, not mentioning Martha Stewart, even though that's like so small, that's a thing. The whole alcohol promotion, this positive image of women drinking alcohol and being excited for alcohol, I think do better on that one. She is an activist. She wants to do good in the world. I think maybe dig a little deeper on that one. That would be a good one, but probably not that popular because that's what, women, especially rich women, do, I guess. I already spoke about the first 3 episodes, so I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole again. Before I get to the chat, I will say episode 4 had this Delfina Figueras. She's an Argentinian socialite pulled out of nowhere. Okay. Abigail Spencer, who was Dana Scott on Suits, and Kelly Zyphen, whatever her name is, they were on episode 5. Episode 6 had, sorry, let me actually, episode 7 had Vicky Tsai or something like that. She was the creator of Tacha. Didn't know. Kind of brought the hate to say this, but I don't because I'm saying it. I kind of brought Tacha lower in my eyes that it was created by an American person, even though it is made in Japan. But I don't. In my mind, like if you really created it, a Japanese person in Japan that has always grew up in Japan and they created it in Japan, that to me is like more elevated, to use Megan's words. Then episode 6 had, sorry, missed all of that. Episode 9 has Alice Waters and also just a brunch with her friends, family, Harry, H. It is uncomfortable, and I think it's uncomfortable for her if she calls him H to not call him H, to call him Harry. But it's also uncomfortable for us to hear her call him H. Just people calling themselves by a letter is just odd and weird, and like, I don't know. Like, I don't call my mom. I call her by her first name, but that would be weird if I would do that to the world. I would feel weird about that. Like there's just like the world expects me to call her my mom or, whatever. So that kind of thing. Episode 6 had 2 girlfriends. And this is where I was like, this can't be, racism or anything like that. It can't be. But it's interesting. What is up with this? Because Ramon Velasquez. Hello, America. Velasquez was the chef on the show, and she like really tooted his horn. Is that what it? Whatever. How she loved Mexican cuisine and all this stuff in LA. Blah 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 blah. Why wasn't he the featured name? And then the other one was 2 girlfriends, which actually were 3 girlfriends. Tracy Robbins, Victoria Jackson, and Jennifer Rudolph Walsh. They were meeting for mahjong or whatever. And why didn't you name any of these people? Because she didn't in the last episode with Alice Waters. She named her and barely worked with her, which was very uncomfortable because she'd made her recipe, but the lady was just staring and watching her. Was she unable to help due to like physical or mental, decline or something because she's older in age? But she helped with the salad. She could have done the salad at the same time or something, it just looked odd. It looked really odd. but she at least included her name, even though the whole episode was about her family and friends. And I also felt uncomfortable that she didn't invite Alice Waters, that she was like just so starstruck by, to this picnic with her family and friends. I don't know. It was just like kind of weird. And I still can't really get past the whole like separating from her house and, whatever. Um, she didn't mention it that much in the later episodes, but yeah, stop mentioning that. Just stop mentioning it. Don't attract too much attention to something that's odd. I don't think she was trying to be relatable. I don't think that was her goal. Again, I think I said that last time too. I think her goal was to elevate stuff. Like, oh, you have cookies. Let's my dog. Wait, can you let me see if I can. No, I can't really. Oh my gosh. My dog like woke up because she thought she was getting treats. She's like, where am I? But yeah, if you have like cookies and, hazelnuts and whatever, like how to elevate it, and it's cool. It's a cool idea. But that's what I think she was like trying to aim for. Like put the thoughtful touches on things. That was the theme that I was getting, which is a good idea. I think there's tweaks that should be considered for a next season, and I don't think that they should quit on it yet. I just think that if they're really smart about making the tweaks that would highlight the intention of this, and not things that were not intended for this, that were kind of like, oh, maybe not, and not bringing attention to things that aren't very they're not very secure about, kind of. I think they could, make this work. She can make this work. Um, yeah, the whole Delphi, love her name, but yeah, the whole thing, people were, I just wasted my time watching this one person on YouTube talking about this podcast that had, I guess, I didn't even know, but I guess Megan's sister or half sister talking, or cousin or something, talking about how, like, trying to discredit her story about going to Argentina. And it feels like a waste of my life because I didn't understand what was going on. The person that was making the video was criticizing this person because clearly she got things wrong. Like, Megan didn't say she was there to work for 2 years or whatever. Like, but then she was also criticizing, being on the same side of that person. I don't know what was going on with that video, so that was a waste of time. But no, just because someone is having a certain accent. I love Argentinian Spanish, and you better believe, I was younger, but you better believe when I was in Spanish class at first, I totally tried to pronounce it with Argentinian Spanish. Um, accent feels weird to say. Like yo instead of yo or yo, and stuff like that. So she said it is such a beautiful Spanish. It reminds me a lot of Italian. It has, like she said, I think that musicality. It has a music to it, and it's quite different than most other Spanish, and it's interesting. Let her like that, and let her talk to her friend, because it did seem like they were friends. Let them talk. Let her talk. However she feels about Argentinian Spanish. Um, I don't think that she said she was fluent or that she was. And also, it's been a while. Maybe she learned more, since she was there. It didn't have to be all at the same time. Before I keep going, oh, I'm on a roll. I'm gonna speed through the rest. The Abigail Spencer thing. She's so recognizable, but I never remember her name, or like I don't remember where she's from besides Suits. But I remember when she was on Suits, I'm like, oh, can't point on like where I saw her from. I thought that was like, I don't know, cool. you could see that they were friends. These three people, Abigail, Kelly, and Meghan, you could see that they were freaking friends. They were the way that they were interacting, reacting, acting with each other. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they were just great, at pretending, but they were friends. And Meghan didn't say she was friends with all of them. She would say, like, at the beginning, oh, I hope I make a friend today with this person because I admire them or whatever. So, yeah. Vicky Tsai, apparently they're friends. It was a little awkward moment at the end when they were really grateful for each other. Maybe it's the European in me that felt like that was forced. That was really weird. A little too much. And I didn't feel that much connection from them, but maybe it's just who they are. And then, yeah, with Alice Waters, that was just awkward. I felt very uncomfortable with that again, but maybe that wasn't a Meghan thing. Maybe, Alice just couldn't do things. I feel like you could have done a better way to go around that limitation. And yeah, I said, what the heck was that episode? Number 8, the last one. And I stand by that. What the heck was that episode? Yeah, it was just weird. That episode I feel like was indulging. That was self-indulging because it was like, I'm having people over to celebrate my new business or whatever. No. That was odd. And then, yeah, the Mahjong people and stuff, they also felt like they were friends, but I don't know, whatever. It was just a lot of the drinking thing. I think with the Ramon Velasquez guy, I think that one was one of the more awkward ones or whatever. I don't remember. Anyways, but yeah, so that's my thoughts on Meghan overall. It was a hit and a miss. It was it was like good and bad. Um, don't hate on her. Like, I also just feel like she's trying and maybe she's just not getting what it's not working. But hopefully, yeah. And people say that she's really hard to work with and she's a nightmare to work with. To which, if that's the case, then her being extra friendly with the like cinematographer, director, and the crew, maybe that's why she was trying to be like nicer to show on camera that she is nicer than she is. um I don't know. X-Files, back to the chat to wrap things up. When he and I want to binge an old school show, we watch the X-Files. Fringe. Yeah. X-Files is a show that I should watch. I used to love it. I used to role play it with my one friend, childhood friend. PBS Passport is their streaming service, I think. Oh, I didn't know they have like their own thing. Who doesn't have their own thing? I blame Netflix for all these services. Yeah. They started all the streaming costs more than cable. Yeah. Absolutely. More alcohol lowers inhibitions. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Do people really hate her? It's all like psychological. It's really psychological. Not all, I guess. It is a little bit like it does change your chemistry and stuff a little bit. Like you can't drive, right? Because what's the word? Impedes certain things. But I've had alcohol, especially like that low, like one glass or whatever, and I didn't feel less inhibited. You have to like really be drunk to be less inhibited to that extent, and get therapy. Like and these women are like, they shouldn't feel like they need to lower their inhibition. Get therapy if that's the case. They should really evaluate why they're inhibited and figure it out and work through it, rather than use something that's also bad for their health and also a crutch, and a drug, really. Do people really hate her? What did she do to them? Yeah. Well, that's a very good question, Maria. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what she did to people. Um, I really don't know. I wonder if, like, talk about a smear campaign that Blake has. Was it a smear campaign? I don't know. Was it like racism, at least for the British public? Um, or that she was like an American? They always talk about the divorce part. I'm like, are we not beyond that at this point? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, people say stuff like, "Oh, this is what's wrong with her," or whatever. To me, it's like different than like, why do people hate her? I haven't watched that much though, but I've not been on top of stories with her though. Offline, I stay on a soapbox. I'm considering an address. I don't know Meghan well. I'd like to know as well. P said she worked in Suits. Correct me if I'm. Yep, she did. That's, I feel like, her claim to fame as far as like film and popularity, celebrity. I have to watch the show. Suits is it's a good question. Comedy or drama? Both. 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 I don't know how to answer that. It's, in my opinion, amazing. It is not Law and Order. It's more like Boston Legal. If you've seen Boston Legal, it's more like that. It's about a lot about the drama of the people, but it's really how it applies. It's a better Boston Legal, I think, by far. But I was young when I saw that show. But it inspired me to go after something that makes me feel alive as far as work, because I saw these people that were so dedicated to their case, and they were always like moving around physically, like not just at their desk and typing and then falling asleep, and by the end of the day you're like this small wallflower, whatever. And yeah, they were like just constantly, well, I mean, with their feet to the flame kind of thing. But yeah, it was just like, it was awesome to see people that were truly invested in what they're doing. There was, romance stuff, and there was like backstabbing and all this stuff, but it wasn't, to me, it wasn't sensationalist. It just was pretty well. I will have to watch it again. The new Suits, I don't know. I can't speak to that one. It's hard for me to watch it because of that guy, Arrow. Forget his name. Gosh, that was a terrible casting decision. Terrible casting decision. He's probably really good. I don't know. It was just terrible because I think Harvey was the name of the original guy. He was so good looking, and this guy is not good looking. Like bullying. Oh no, why can't I access my stuff? Oh, I know why. Okay. But yeah. Oh my gosh. Sorry, my dog scared me. She just întâmplat, pui. Oh, puișor. She just yelped. She was just sleeping. I think she like maybe turned the wrong way. Oh my gosh. That really scared me. Let me pull this up. Where did you go? I think window capture. No, not window. Display. All right. Yeah. So, this was the original one. This guy. Yeah, Harvey Specter. He was awesome. Good looking, good actor, really good storyline, and it was awesome to see him as an actor go through that and evolve through that. And then Donna was his legal secretary. Awesome together. They're best friends in real life. And then Meghan wasn't really a huge part of the story. Kind of one, but not really. I feel like he was more part of the story, and Gina, Rick Hoffman, Lewis, and Jessica. Yeah. Um, and then this was Meghan's love interest on screen. And then they have this like Suits LA and oh, Stephen Amell. Yeah, don't like him. It's no. He's Arrow. He's Arrow. Oh, he's back. Okay. Anyways, I might watch it still, but it's on NBC, I guess. All right. Free, except you have to have their thing. So yeah, highly recommended. And I thought it was crap. I thought it was like something cheap or I don't know, just crap. Yeah, legal drama. I wouldn't call it really drama. It was like comedy drama. Yeah, it's a hard one. It's back when Meghan passed as a white woman. Rabia. It's not important, but I remember back when people were shocked when it was revealed she was biracial. Yeah. That was me when I was little. So I'm originally from Romania and I didn't know about racism and all this stuff. And I remember it took me a few years to understand race and with Mariah Carey. That was like my first like wait, she's not white, but she looks white. What are we talking about? So and it took quite a few years to understand because I came here when I was little. So it took me quite a few years to understand the politics of race and stuff in this country. So yeah. Um, wait, went back too much, I think. Yeah. So they hate her because she's a bad actress. Maybe it's her people hate. She wasn't a bad actress. No, I don't think she was a bad actress at all, actually. No, I think I don't know. I don't know. The comments that I get that I've seen online about with Love Megan are about how like oh she wants to pass as relatable but she's doing it all wrong and she's not relatable and she's full of herself and she sucks as a person like she's mean to people she's a diva and um she took Harry away from his family, and we were here talking with this the other night, like this impression that she really like tore him apart from his only family after such a tragic thing with their mom, and all this stuff, and blah 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 blah. Which is interesting for me that Americans like get into that whole story. It's like why do you care? How do you care? How do you even know any of that? But yeah. Um I like your question or not assumption. I'll be back. I need to Google her. I'll be listening in the background. Suits in IMDb. It's almost like a savant in law. Stephen Amell can't stay out of Party City wigs. It's called Suits LA then. The new one, yeah. I guess so. I'm confused. The new one is Suits LA. Oh, did he? Rick Hoffman? It kind of rings a bell. Oh, crap. So, Maria. So I'll bring this back up to search. Suits original was 2011, 9 seasons. How many episodes did they have? Let's see. Because it seemed like they had a bunch of episodes. Oh, 10 episodes. Oh, no, sorry, more. 12 episodes. Okay. So they pushed it to that limit. But yeah, this was in 2011, ran for 9 seasons, filmed in Toronto. But anyways, it was about, I think New York was the setting, wasn't it? I think it was New York. And it was mainly about Harvey. It was about these two guys, but it really kind of the overall show turned out to be about Harvey. Maybe because Meghan ended up meeting and marrying Harry kind of midway through or something, and so she kind of took a step back from filming, and so that kind of, I don't know, but it really is about these two. Um, and then Suits LA is this year. It started. Which I knew. Oh, February 23rd was the first episode. And oh crap. Sorry. And yeah, haven't watched it. I have no idea. But it's in LA instead of New York, which was filmed in Toronto. So I'm guessing this is not filmed in Toronto or Vancouver because there's palm trees, but who knows? You know, the insides might have been filmed. It was an interesting show. I think it was Schitt's Creek that had the same interior. Something had the same interior as Suits, that the law firm where they, the law firm lobby downstairs for, I guess, Arabia, if you've seen it. Oh, and I was going to look that up. Sorry. Man. No. It seems like he's still alive. But I think he was like, kind of like, not blacklisted, but something. I remember there was something that wasn't great. And when you say that, it kind of, oh, he's in Suits LA too. Yeah, it kind of rings a bell. That's weird. Because I was like, maybe in the show, but no, I think he was just kind of said to be like not a good person. Yeah. So yeah, legal dramedy. Yeah, because there's a lot of fun and a lot of jokes. Well, that brings us to. Oh yeah, the money thing. It was kind of actually annoying to me. That brings us to kind of the end of our broadcast. Oh my gosh, made up for for sleeping early the past one day. Um, what is the theme song? I know I can't really play it. Oh, gosh, this is just funny how I Suits theme. Suits theme. Has anyone used Grammarly? I've never used it. My one boss used to use it. Wait, what is that? Like a hook. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's a cool one, but I don't know why it gave me not anxiety, but yeah. Over what? Over what? Don't be. Hopefully not something I said. But yeah, anyways. So, yeah, highly recommend Suits. Yeah. But yeah, we're getting ready. We're getting ready. we're reaching the end of this podcast. Wow, what am I saying? This YouTube live. So, thank you so much for being here. Any other final things, final thoughts, final questions, final anythings? I stopped making any real summaries on the Blake thing because it's such an ongoing thing. So yeah, I don't know. I will, because I always keep missing it, but I will play for you as the ending, my end screen, because I never play it. And yeah, thank you for being here with me. Thank you for chatting. This was like really cool again. I love when, we're chatting and when we go down rabbit holes. Thank you for keeping not keeping up with me, but keeping with me through it, for your patience. And yeah, have a wonderful weekend. See you guys Monday. Can't believe it's so weird. I think that I might try. It's really hard with a night class, but I might try to do like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because it's really weird to have like 2 days and then 2 days. I don't know. It's weird, but yeah. Yes, Baldoni wins. Yeah, that was basically. They both win though. They both, like it or not, they both won. Um, but yeah, we'll see what's next. Curious what's coming. Night P. Um, good night, Angel. Hey, you were here. Um, good night, Maria and Maria and Rabia. And yeah, let me play the end screen and I'll see you guys Monday. Peace, love, and compassion. Bye.